Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Lead Live. It's Wednesday, August 20th, and it is our 1,000th episode here of the Lead Live. I don't know what to say about that, but we've got great guests today. Our lineup for day 3 of our nonprofit week features the Dietert Center. Brenda's here right now. And also, Bird City Kerrville will be here at 8:30. 9 o'clock, Symphony of the Hills and Sisters in Service at 9:30. The American Red Cross at 10. Riverside Nature Center at 10:30. Prodigal Road Ministries at 11. The Kerrville Citizens Police Academy will be here at 11:30 a.m. That's the Kerrville Citizen Police Academy Alumni Association, the KCP AAA. And at noon, the Hill Country Crisis Council will wrap up our third day of guests. I don't even know how many. That's 9 segments today. So 9 different organizations will be here. I gotta say that the first 2 days, we've had 27 guests on the show, and they've all been fantastic, as you would expect from Kerrville and Kerr County. I want to say one thing before we get started with Brenda, because it's right off the top of my head. A lot of people are out there worrying about what the city council did last night, and that was if I can get this camera over here to work. Come on, camera. I'm like Brenda. Brenda's waiting for an IT guy to call her back. I need IT help myself. I'm at the point where I'm like, I can no longer do it by myself. The city council voted unanimously last night to consider raising this is where it gets complicated, folks. It's the no new revenue rate on maintenance and operations. And they can go up to 8%, which would give them an extra $400,000. It's not 8% tax increase. I saw a lot of dumb messages on Facebook last night about it. And I just was too tired to deal with it, but people don't read, they don't listen, they don't look at anything. They just go and they're like, "Oh, hey, you're going to 8%." They may listen to the one guy's radio show, and he may tell them that, but that's not the case, folks. That's not what's happening here, and that's not the issue. And the issue is far more complicated than that. And now I'm having another issue. This is great. Today has already started off well with some IT issues right here off the bat. But here's the thing that you need to remember is that it is not going to, dang it. All right. We may have to, let me get this restarted. All right. Let's see if this will kick that back in. There we are. Okay. We're back now. Good news. All right. There's Brenda. All right. So the council did not vote for an 8% increase. They voted pragmatically. They looked at the budget and they said, look, we got $400,000 in unbudgeted overtime. And another $500,000 in other expenses related to the flood that they don't know if they're going to even get reimbursed for. And that's $1 million hit. So anyway, there's a lot of challenges there with that as well. So that was last night, and that was a 2-hour meeting yesterday at the city council talking about their budget. And we'll see how it goes. But today we've got an amazing lineup of nonprofits. I think tomorrow what I'm going to do is I'm going to open the show up after 12 o'clock and just say, whoever wants to come on the show who's a nonprofit, who didn't sign up or who didn't book a time previously, we're going to just open it up and say, come on, I've already been in this for 4 hours, bring it. So there's a few of you out there, you know who you are. So we'll get to them as well. Brenda Thompson's here, though. Brenda, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Good morning.
I'm glad that you're here.
Thank you.
You're going to have a long day today, you said.
Yeah.
I'm worried about you. I'm worried about you and Paige.
Yeah.
And your team over there. You guys suffered through the storm. The Dietert Center, I would put, is one of our most important nonprofits. I mean, all the nonprofits are important. Right?
Right.
every nonprofit's important, but the Dietert Center, in my estimation, by the way, I wish there was like some kind of like vector control in this facility to destroy all of the mosquitoes that still live in here. I don't know what's happening with that. But you guys are critically important for a number of reasons. One, you're a community hub. Two, you are you provide services and classes and education. Three, you organize events and community gatherings. Four, and probably most importantly, you service the community through Meals on Wheels. And I'm not even like scraping the surface on the things that you do. And here you are, July 4th, probably looking for a nice day off. And what was the day like for you on July 4th?
I was actually up in North Texas in Mineral Wells at my daughter's house.
So you weren't even around.
I wasn't even here, and I got the notice, 4:30 in the morning, there was a storm going to be going over our house, and I looked at it, and I looked at the radar, and it said, "Oh, look, we got a storm coming over our house. Doesn't look like it's going to last very long."
Yeah, it was like yesterday, right? Yeah, yesterday we had that big storm, and it was over in 20 minutes.
Yeah, and then when I woke up at 8 o'clock, my grandkids came in, "BB, get up," all this, and I looked at my phone and saw what had happened.
Yeah.
And Curtis and I threw our stuff in the car and headed home. 5-hour drive.
Wow.
Heading home. And he's driving the whole way, and I'm taking notes, and I'm on my laptop, and I'm on my phone, and calling. And so recovery started on that ride home.
Yeah.
And when I got home, I told Paige, I said, "Don't go there yet. Wait till I get there so that I got to make sure everything's safe."
Yeah.
And I'd had a couple people, one of our board members had gone by and taken some pictures and sent to me. So I'm just horrified. And when we went in there, it was just devastating.
Yeah. Well, what was the first thing you kind of noticed when you went in? I mean,
well, I noticed that the whole first floor, which is about 20,000 square feet, had flooded. And so I immediately went looking to see if there was windows broken, doors broken, or whatever, and it wasn't. So it was kind of weird because you could tell there was still water in the building. There was a lot of mud in the building, and we just went from room to room to room taking pictures, and we in the big grill or the big carpeted room we had, the big woods, high ceiling.
Yeah.
There were little minnows in there on the carpet. It's like, where did y'all come from?
Yeah, right.
And the best thing of all, though, and won't try not to get emotional about this, is we opened the door to the kitchen because I just thought, oh my gosh, we're shut down. What are we going to do?
Yeah.
Open the door to the kitchen, and there was mud on the floor, but there was no water because we have floor drains in the kitchen.
They worked.
Yeah. And all of our equipment is on stands, so they're probably 6-inch to 8-inch stands. And so all of our equipment was fine. We just had to get the mud out. And so we just started the plan. I emailed staff. We got the word out to volunteers. And the next morning, we had 40 to 50 to 60 Meals on Wheels volunteers, among other volunteers, other Dietert volunteers, and other people that just came from everywhere, the neighborhood, to come over and help us. And they got all that mud and water and muck out. They pulled up all the yucky carpet and just helped us it was funny because I knew we were going to have to cut sheetrock out, but I'm such a frugal Franny. I was just thinking, well,
you're a frugal Franny. I have not. That's a new word for me.
That's a frugal Franny.
Okay.
And I was thinking they came in with power washers, and I was afraid don't power wash the floors because it's going to get the walls all wet.
Yeah.
And I looked over at it and went, oh, never mind. They're already wet.
They're already wet, yeah.
We power washed and got all the mud out. So those first, 60 volunteers saved our center to a point that we could start recovery immediately. And then the other really good thing that happened is when I called my friend Kevin Bernhardt at J.K. Bernhardt, and I said, Kevin, I need help. I think I know what my first steps are going to be, but can you please come over here and just help me walk through it? And he did immediately. his crew was there on Sunday cutting out sheetrock.
Oh, wow.
And I've never been so happy in my life to see metal studs behind the sheetrock and not wood studs, because I knew then
you're okay there.
Oh my gosh, this is so good, because it doesn't take that long to dry it out, and that was the best news of all.
Right.
And so it's just been from every day's been a new day, having to move things. You know, we were taught young, why move things 10 times when you can move it only one time?
Right, exactly.
Well, this is like 50 times.
Yeah.
Why move it 50 times? And I've had some staff and people look at me sometimes and go, we got to move that over here to wherever. And they're looking at me and I'm going, this is number 20. It's okay. We have to move it because the painters need to get over here, and we've got to move all our stuff in the middle so the painters can come. So trying to still work, still have our building open for people who need medical equipment.
Right.
We found a location. We had someone from a local church, from First Christian Church, offer us space to do our Take 5 day respite care.
Oh, wow, nice.
So we've moved that program over there. We've had some of our bridge group have found places to go do their bridge groups. Yoga's doing the same thing. And so we've been very fortunate to relocate some of our programs. But we are open. If anybody, they need help, they come in, and we've got all the flyers from everywhere in town, and we've got information that we can hand out. But the other really neat thing is Meals on Wheels. We had just delivered, because of the holiday, a frozen meal. So we'd already delivered them a frozen meal, and we had already delivered a few weeks before our shelf-stable meal, we call it.
Okay.
And that's in case of emergency, that they have an extra meal.
Yeah.
So we had volunteers cleaning and mucking all the mud out, and then we had volunteers calling every one of our Meals on Wheels clients to check on them, make sure they were okay, and if they needed food or needed anything. And we told them on Monday we're not going to deliver to them because we didn't know what the streets were going to be like, and we didn't want our volunteers out there. So we called them and told them.
We weren't sure if there was going to be another storm or what was going to happen. We were just, it was just.
Yeah, because
so many unknowns,
Sunday we got evacuated. They told us to leave Sunday afternoon. So anyway, we didn't, that only day we did not deliver a meal was on Monday.
Wow.
And then we started delivering again on Tuesday. So we've delivered meals every day. We only missed one day.
Incredible.
Of delivery, but we did call them and check on them.
Incredible.
And then our Friendship Cafe, our congregate dining, we usually have 65 to 85 to maybe 100 people come for lunch every weekday.
Yeah.
And all those people they come up and when are you going to open and all this? And so we started 2 weeks ago. We started drive-through meals. Mm-hmm. So they're coming through and picking up a meal. So anybody age 60 and above, if you were a diner with us in the Friendship Cafe, and we have your paperwork, come get in the line. We're 11:30 to 12:30. You can come in and pick up a meal, and if you're new and you've never been to the Dietert Center, but you're age 60 and above, you can come in and fill out the paperwork for us.
Wow.
Come through and get a free meal. And we started out the first day, we called all of our congregate diners. We called all of them and said, hey, we're doing this new thing starting next Monday. Y'all come through. And the first day, I think we had 25 people come through, and they were our regulars. They came every day to lunch. And then yesterday, we had 47. So it's creeping up. So we are very fortunate for that, because it is filling those people. They need a connection. We needed a connection back with them. Our volunteers that go out there and help with that meal handout, they come in with a big smile because they've seen these people. These people, we're interacting with them now. And it has healed some of our heartache.
Right.
And healed some of theirs. It's given them a purpose to get out of their house and come over and pick up a lunch and feel like they're part of us again.
The beauty of this community, though, is, like we talked about this before, is that there is a resiliency to us, and there is a showing up spirit, and you got people showed up for you?
Oh, there was one young lady that was out. I had just finished all of our landscaping work, and so all of our granite was all over the parking lot, big piles. And there was a girl out there. Look out there! She's got a shovel and got a shovel, and she's digging up the granite and throwing it back in the flower bed. And so I went out and talking to her, and I said, I really need, before we do that, I need to get the landscape people to come check the irrigation lines because they're all pulled up. I'm sure there's some broken.
Yeah.
And she said, oh, okay. She said, well, I just was sitting in my house down the street, and I couldn't stand it. I had to do something. So she had driven down with her wheelbarrow and her shovel in her car and started doing that.
Yeah, right.
And so I said, well, come inside. We'll find something for you inside. And she worked her little tail off for 2 days.
Oh, wow.
On that Saturday and Sunday. And she said, I just had to get out of the house and do something.
Yeah. Yeah.
And there have been a lot of stories like that. A grandma coming in with her 2 grandkids saying, what can we do? And they were cleaning windows for us. And those windows might need to be cleaned about 10 times before we actually move back in. But they started it.
Right.
They felt a connection. My daughter lives in Mineral Wells. Her husband's a ag teacher in the high school. And my daughter who grew up here, went to school here, grew up here, she was devastated by this and felt so helpless being so far away. What can I do? I got to do something. What can I do? Well, their FFA group did a drive, fill the stock trailer full of supplies. Nice. And they brought a plethora of stuff, the stock trailer. And my grandson, Fitz, was the keeper of the stock. Everybody had to check in with him. So it was a huge thing for that school and for those kids to do. And their community, the Mineral Wells community, stepped up and laid out and put stuff out there so that we could have things for everybody.
Mayor Herring. Did you complete your deadline for tomorrow's publication? This is the thing, though, Brenda, that I think is so important for people to understand, and I've said this before. Yes, this has impacted us so much, but it's a statewide, national story, international story. I had a conversation with an editor from India, who wanted to know how things were going. I was like, man, don't you got your own problems out there? He's like, yeah, but everybody followed this, and I think when you're in Texas, though, people understand the Hill Country is sort of a special place in a lot of ways. We're pretty. I feel like it's great to live here. There's no place I'd rather live in Texas than the Hill Country. But everybody identified, there was that helplessness feeling, especially for your daughter who's like, I grew up here. I should be down there helping mom, But they delivered, and and
they came and delivered that, and it was at a point where everybody else, the other agencies, had kind of said, stop bringing us stuff. We've got too much stuff.
Yeah.
So I told her, I said, well, just bring it to us. I've got empty rooms. So
we'll figure out what to do with it.
Yeah, bring it to us. And then what we're going to do is for our drive-through diners, we're going to do a little sign-up sheet and says, if you could choose 3 things off this list, pick 3 things you need right now.
Right.
And then we'll put it in a bag and we'll give it to them the next day, from mouthwash to toilet paper to paper towels, cleaning supplies. And so we're gonna give that out. And if there's other agencies in town that have run out and they need stuff, I've got some stuff over at Dietert. We had a bunch of diapers. They sent a bunch of diapers, and we gave those to the crisis,
Pregnancy Resource Center.
Yeah, we gave it to them, and
Hill Country Crisis Council, maybe too.
And the Family Outreach.
Yeah.
And we got a sweet note back from them that said, our closet has never been this full. So that's
a gift that keeps on giving, quite frankly. I mean, that's just like you never have enough diapers, quite frankly.
Yeah. So we had another group that we lost quite a bit of our medical equipment that we loan out, and we have a group, TBI, Warrior Foundation. It's the traumatic brain injury.
Okay.
Those servicemen that have traumatic brain injuries, they are a foundation out of Fair Oaks.
Okay.
And
they called us just out of the blue and said, "Hey, what can we do to help y'all out? Did you lose?" Well, we lost some stuff because some floated away and some were ruined and we can't really give it out. And they said, "Okay, we're going to help you out." They did a drive in Bernie for Kerrville, and they and two other Vitas, Home Health Care, and another group got together and they did this drive and they collected brand new medical equipment for us to restock our medical equipment lending. And they came here a few weeks ago on a convoy with some Purple Heart recipients.
Wow.
And they came in and driving in with flags on the back of their trucks.
Nice.
And I bet there was 20 trucks and trailers in this convoy.
Right.
And they came in and they, like little fire ants, unloaded all of that stuff for us. And it was about close to $100,000 worth of medical equipment and some of the medical equipment we're not able to use, but we're inventorying that. And I've already talked to different agencies that will be able to use it. There's different medical stuff that we don't need it. So we're going to share. So that was a part of it, is they're bringing it all to us because they know we're going to be good stewards of making sure that supplies go to those that need it.
Yeah.
And in fact, I had to go get a storage unit because there was so much of it. We had to move it because we got to do the floors.
Nice. Jeez.
So there's just been lots of blessings.
You never lost power, right? So some of the things were protected then. That was okay then. So some of that was okay.
Power was fine. Everything, all that part of it was fine. I have videos from that night that I'm reviewing, or that morning. And
of the security? Yeah, I'd like to see
and
that.
It is.
Did you get any notifications, like alarms going off?
Not in our building.
Not in the building. Interesting. Yeah, because one of the things that we're working on is the 911, calls, and how you can actually see this on Junction Highway more than anywhere where the alarms are going off inside the businesses that are being flooded.
Oh yeah.
And so the police and fire are like, oh, what's going on here with all these alarms going off?
Yeah.
And
our videos are mostly movement detected.
Yeah.
And our other alarms, like our fire alarm and all that stuff, it's funny, the water, they said that we probably didn't have as much damage because the water where we were rose consistently together.
Yeah.
It was at the same pressure.
Right.
So it didn't break any windows or anything. It just went through under all of our doors, and it was like waves hitting. And so those waves were just putting water all the way through one end. And then it looked like I know the water went to the front of the building. So we were getting it from both sides.
Yeah.
And it was coming through under those doors. And so that's how it all had come in. But oh my goodness, thank goodness that none of our windows broke or the glass doors on the back broke.
Yeah.
But we had 6 of those big flower pots, the big clay, heavy pots full of rocks and dirt and flowers. 4 of them floated away.
And they're gone. Yeah.
And I hadn't even really noticed it. But then we were watching the video and I went, wait, there goes one of our pots.
That's amazing.
And it was weird and random which ones went.
What time do you think that the most severe damage happened? When do you have an idea of the time on that?
I think I looked back at my camera time between 4:30 in the morning and 6.
Yeah.
And 4:30, I could see it coming up in our yard a little bit from the river, and then it probably hit the building. I'm going to say, I have to go back and double check it, but I would say 5:15.
Yeah, right.
5:15 or so that it really started. And then by 6, it was
inside.
It was inside. It was rushing. It was waves.
Yeah.
And was starting to recede.
Yeah.
So it came up fast and it went down.
Yeah. That's the incredible. That's the incredible part about this is the more I talk to people and the more I see this, it's like it clearly is this sort of almost tsunami like where it pushes in and then it just recedes back because it's done at that point.
Yeah.
Which makes the power of this storm even more incredible,
Yeah.
The now we're 6 weeks past from this event? What's happening now? What's going on now?
We have gotten all our sheetrock done, painted. I have to tell you a really neat story. It gave me goosebumps when this happened, and of course those first few weeks I could cry at the drop of a pen, and I went to Sherwin-Williams because during COVID we were just looking for projects to do around the building, and we painted a couple of our rooms, and some staff just went over and picked out a paint color, and it was a tan color, cream color, and so I went over to Sherwin-Williams and I said, I do not have time. I cannot go and look through all those paint colors. Can you look back to see what paint color it was we used at this during COVID? So he looked it up. He said, oh, yeah, we still got that. Let me go get it for you. So he got me the little paint swatch, brought it over to me, and the color is called River's Edge.
Oh, wow.
And I just started crying
amazing.
there in Sherwin-Williams.
Right.
And I said, you're kidding me. Oh, my gosh. And so we have repainted the whole building in this beautiful color that brightens everything up, and it's called River's Edge.
I love it.
And it is those little bitty snippets that give us a little bit of a little aha moment of getting us back together.
That's fantastic.
So we've got all the painting done. We're waiting on the flooring. I think the flooring, Kerr Bond at Carlisle hates to see me drive up because I come and drive up and go, is it here yet? Yeah. And so I think it'll be coming in the end of this week, and maybe we'll be able to start on some of the flooring. So I'm not ready to give a date that we're open yet, but I can guarantee you the whole community is going to know when we're open.
Well, I mean, it's such, like I said before, in the beginning of this show, to me, you are such an important venue for so many things. I mean, and I know that as I age, that the Dietert Center is going to play an important role in my life. It already does because I go there for things, and it does play an important role in this community's life. And even before this, I mean, it's a never-ending kind of battle to kind of to fundraise and to do things. You guys do a lot of little things. Now though, I think it's just a reminder to us of the importance of this community center. Mm-hmm. So
yeah, it is a great. All the programs we'll be back. We'll be back and we'll be stronger. I think that it's given us an opportunity to really kind of look at some things that we were doing, and maybe things that we want to improve on, maybe things we want to back off on a little bit,
right.
And so it's given us a chance of renewal, and recovery and renewal, and just an opportunity to do what we need to do in our community. It may have changed some things.
Right.
Maybe this has changed the way we need to have services available for our clients. But I can tell you, I think our dining room is going to be full.
I think it is too.
I think our Friendship Cafe, those people are waiting to get back into the building. And, we had over 34,000 hours last year of volunteer time donated. And I think that all those volunteers that came in, some of them I'd never met, some of them I didn't know. They will be back. Some of them are already coming back and helping. They'll come in the door. I told all the staff, I said, if somebody walks in the door and says, I need to do something, I need to help, we'll find them a job. I had a whiteboard up there, and we were writing down all the different random jobs that needed to be done. So if I wasn't up there, they could steer somebody some way.
Right.
We've had people vacuuming and sweeping and cleaning windows and moving furniture. In fact, I need a few heavy lifting guys to come help us move some furniture tomorrow, Thursday or Friday.
All right, the volunteers are needed.
Yeah, we need to do that because we got to get our stuff out.
So what is it? What are you looking for tomorrow? Let's put it out there. Let's put a Facebook post up right now.
Okay.
Let me see here. Hold on a second. Let's write it together.
Okay.
Let's see here. All right. Let me see if I can tag. I have so much trouble tagging anybody anymore. Of course, I only tag. All right, we'll make it work. The Dietert Center needs. How many people do you think?
We could probably use maybe 6.
Let's say 6 to 7 people to move
to do some
furniture,
heavy lifting.
some heavy furniture on Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
What time?
I say 9 o'clock. Anytime during the day.
9 a.m.
Any 9 to 5. Anybody can come in and we can find stuff to do.
At 9 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we're putting it out there.
All right, awesome.
Suddenly, I have a lot more followers because of this thing. So we'll see if it works. We'll see what happens. Well, I'm glad that you were able to. When I heard that the Dietert, I was a little surprised actually. I mean, I knew that it could get into there.
Mm-hmm. We were very surprised. We were probably 2 foot of our building was in the 100-year floodplain on one corner.
Yeah.
And every year we look at that flood insurance bill that keeps going up. Mm-hmm. And we look at it and we talk about it, the board. I take it to the board and then we sit and talk about it. And we go, well, what if this, what if that? And every year we end up renewing it.
Yeah.
And we had just renewed it.
Yeah.
And so the what if happened. And my accounting director, she said the first thing she thought of is she said I had to get here Monday to go in and look to make sure that the check had cleared the bank,
right? Because
we had just renewed it.
Wow!
And she said I woke up thinking, oh my God, I know I sent it, but what if something happened? And but we had done it, so they have come through pretty good for us.
Yeah,
and that's helped us out a lot, and that way we're not asking for as much help from our community.
Yeah.
Because we have the insurance.
Yeah.
So we're working on the contents portion of it now. They've got pretty much, we've maxed out on our building portion, and now I'm working on all the content information to send to them to see where we end up on that.
Right. Okay. Good deal. Well,
anyway.
This is interesting for me for a couple of reasons because my perspective of the world Friday, Saturday, Sunday was so much different than your perspective of the world because, I'm like mired in the story and you're living the story. And I'm glad that we could kind of talk and touch base with this finally after 6 weeks because it's just been nonstop. But we will see Paige, I think, tomorrow or Friday.
I think I'm coming back with T again.
Okay.
On Thursday, tomorrow.
We're talking dementia tomorrow.
Tomorrow. We're talking dementia.
Yeah. All right. Good job.
Okay.
Well,
thank you
you're
so
welcome.
much.
We'll see you later. Okay.
Thank you for what you do for
I appreciate it.
Our community. I appreciate it.
All right. We're going to take a break. We'll be back with more. Katie Capel's here. She's gonna talk about birdies with us as well. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to The Lead Live. I'm Louis Amestoy. It is Wednesday, August 20th. Just so you guys know, it's my brother's birthday. And you're going to have to indulge me at some point during the show. I'm going to call my mom because I always ask my mom what she got me for Christopher's birthday. And I'll have to do it at some point. Katie Capel's here.
Is your brother older?
No, he's younger. So, because that was the drama, right? Because when he got a present, we were only 18 months apart. I didn't understand, apparently, So it's been a joke in my family the whole time about. I always call my mom and I say, "There's 2 or 3 things that we still do to my mom to irritate her." One is I call her and I say, "What did you get me for Christopher's birthday?" And 2, when we're all together, I'm 54. Christopher's going to be 53. My youngest brother is going to be, he's 48. And we grab him and hit him right in the chest every single time we're in front of him. And we're still doing this to this day. And it irritates my mother to no end. Stop it. Stop hitting him. That's her baby. And, he's 48, and she makes her crazy, but that's what happens with parenting, and it's delightful to be able to do that to your parent.
That's what happened with boys.
Yeah, right.
Boys do that. Girls don't hit each other in the chest for fun.
They do other horrible things, though. Come on, admit it. So, here's a true story for you guys. During the storm, we were trapped. We weren't trapped literally. We drove out to Francisco Limos. So the morning of the storm, we wanted to see we started out at Thompson Drive, made our way over to the bridge, and then I wanted to see. I was kind of like, I had a strategy in mind. Francisco Limos was the next stop. We were going to get as much video and photos as we could. And because of the nature of the morning in that neighborhood across the street from the Riverside Nature Center, a little loop area there, I think was under evacuation. And I did want to park my 2024 Honda Odyssey minivan on the street because I didn't want to block anybody from being able to, emergency crews, whatever it may be. So what I did was I parked it on Joe Herring's lot there. What is that little street called? You know what I'm talking about. It's right there on Francisco Limos. And got out of the car and didn't think about how Town Creek had flooded and had basically swamped that part of the road. Like it came up and then it kind of cut across the road real quickly and swamped that property, and my van was stuck. And lo and behold, who comes and saves us? Katie Capel.
I should tell you, after all these years, it's Capel.
Capel? I'm sorry.
That's all right. It's probably too late.
Capel? I like it better. Capel's better. Katie Capel saved it. It sounds better. I don't know why I said Capel. Capel. Katie Capel said it. She came and saved us. How are you?
I'm good. I was grieving the fact that we were not able to have our kids' bicycle parade.
Oh, I know you were. I know you were.
Once I found out about the flood, I thought, uh-oh, the fire department and the police department will not be coming to my parade, not to mention all the rain.
Yeah.
So I went down to check on the nature center, and that was about 8:30, and the water had receded already down to just covering Limos Bridge. But it had knocked down the fences and done all kinds of stuff to the...
It is, I was so flummoxed when I saw you, but you really did save the day, because I just said, you know what, at the end of the day, I had to abandon the vehicle because there was no way we were getting out of that mud. And I'm like, I'm not calling on a tow truck on this morning. So we just threw everything in your car. And you took us over to Pine Plow and took Jen home, and you really were the kind of the hero of the day for us that morning, because we were stuck. And but for you being a bird lover, there's some things that are interesting about this storm from a bird perspective. The birds were so out of place the next couple of days. Like, you just saw weird behavior, like where do we go? Like everybody else was. They were kind of numb to it. Like I saw some behavior that I still stands out. Like there were like little flocks of birds on Southway Drive would just sit there. Like, what are you doing? Move, get out of the way. Yeah. I don't know what they were because I don't know about birds that much. I mean, I can identify cardinals and some other things. You know, these were little birds, and they could tell they were just disoriented by what had happened. And what is your assessment of the bird situation?
Well, we were very lucky that it happened when it did, and they weren't nesting because a lot of birds nest in those trees down along the river. So that was a good thing.
A lot of those water birds do.
Yeah,
right?
But everything was confused.
Yeah.
I encountered a group of axis deer on Lowry Street that were very confused. I think they were living in the river bottom, and now they can't. Fortunately for us, we have a lot of creeks. And so there is still some habitat left, but it's going to be weird when right now the migration is happening. So the birds are coming from up north, and they're going to think the river is going to be just the same.
Yeah, right.
But
right.
A lady I just met was telling me maybe they'll come into my yard, so maybe you'll see more birds in your yard.
Maybe you'll see more. Yeah, exactly.
I don't know what birds do when they come back to where they used to always stay, and it's not there. I mean,
well, it was so jarring, you know, probably for everybody. You know, I mean, everybody was, you know, it is disorienting to see, especially the area in front of the Riverside Nature Center on Francisco Lemos, which I've always thought was one of the most beautiful parts of Kerrville, was that drive over the bridge. Now it's hard to even imagine, describe it. And so yeah, I mean, it's got to be disorienting even to wildlife to see.
Well, it was disorienting to me.
Yeah.
I have not had any personal loss, but it just broke my heart to have the river, that happened to the river. But I don't know. I looked at Blanco State Park where this happened to them 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And it's recovering. It's not, they don't have the towering cypresses, but it does grow back.
It does grow back. It does grow back.
There have been some other things. The Riverside Nature Center garden is going berserk. It's
I bet.
happy with all that river mud.
Yeah.
And I was at Flat Rock Park the other day, which is cleared out and open to the public.
Mm-hmm.
And there are there's a huge area of 10-foot tall sunflowers growing in there.
Oh, wow.
It's amazing.
Jen went out and got photos yesterday of, I think she said, well, if there's one bird that did well from this storm or survived it very well intact, was the Egyptian geese, which we don't really want here, but there was a flock down there that was probably the biggest one I've seen yet. So they survived that.
I was hoping maybe they would go down.
They would go down.
Lake.
They relocate. Enough of this nonsense, but they're all down there at Flat Rock Park apparently.
Well,
bye, Joe.
So since we don't have a building, we are a coalition of groups.
Yeah.
So we didn't deal with that. However, I have volunteered.
You lost your blinds though, right?
No.
No, really?
Our blind is up on the uphill part of Kerrville Shriner.
Okay.
Not only that, but Mark Lowry built it to withstand 95-mile-an-hour winds.
Oh, nice.
So but it isn't finished because the parks people have been off doing other stuff.
Right,
It was everyone.
Right.
And the volunteers that we use were volunteering to clean up mud and, do everything like that.
Right.
So we're back at it with the bird blind. We need the fence built. We're looking for donations of cedar staves to go on the fence. We're looking for a gate. We're looking for a stock tank and a solar pump for the bird thing. And the parks people are going to work with us now and say their immediate emergency is over.
So they can help you a little bit. So when you say you need those things, like what kind of, like where do they? How do they contact you guys? And how do they? And where would that stuff go? Where are you going to put that at?
Okay, My phone number is on all the Bird City literature.
Okay.
And we will pick stuff up.
Okay.
And get it to where it needs to go.
All right, let's write this down. Let's do a social media post together. Bird City, Kerrville. Let's see here. What do you need again? Give us all the details here. Give us the details. What do you need?
Okay, we're going to build a fence around it to keep the deer from eating all the plants. So
and this is building. You're building a fence around
the viewing area of the bird blind.
Okay.
Yeah. So we need 100 feet of 5-foot wire. We need about 30 poles. We need a bunch of cedar staves, the long straight ones that people used to build fences out of. We need a small gate. And then for the water feature, we need a small stock tank and a shoulder pump because there's no electricity there. We're going to run it on solar.
Okay.
So that's our big project we had to put on hold. We did a bunch of stuff this year before the flood hit. Bird walks and educational programs from Nature Center and UGRA, but when they transferred over to flood mode, all that kind of stuff quit.
Right.
However, one of the things we didn't do as Bird City last year was focus on watershed rebuilding, and boy, we have that focus now. There's lots of literature and educational stuff going on about planting and getting your creek side and your waterfront of your of the river reconstituted. So that's a good thing.
Right. I'm just looking at the website that Leslie built for you guys, and so there you go. We got that posted now.
The other thing that's too bad about the river trail is that was a big birding site.
Yeah.
And
there were several people I thought about, with the river when the river flooded. I thought about you, obviously, because we saw you that first day. I thought about Isaac over at Wild Birds Unlimited. We had Kevin on, a couple times early on in the show. I thought about Jeremy here at Pint and Plow, who just loves the river too. And I just thought about some people that the river trails changed dramatically, But I think the birds will come back, don't you?
Oh yeah. Well, there's a natural succession of stuff where there's some plants that show up immediately, and then they get going. Then the bigger things. I know they're talking a lot about planting, but we want to do some pocket forests with fencing because I think come the fall, the deer are going to be really hungry. And if we plant a bunch of little trees unprotected, they're going to eat them.
Yeah.
So that's one of the things that Jeremy and I have been talking about is putting some things around maybe in the parks where it's half an acre of suitable trees, and then the birds can come in and eat the seeds and poop them out all over town. Right. Which is the normal progression
of things, right?
Yeah.
You were at you went to some of these repair workshops, right? Which one did you go to?
Oh, I can't even remember. I've watched a lot of them online.
Yeah, right. What was your assessment of those events? With how to repair our river essentially correctly.
Well, I think it replicates what nature does. Stuff falls down, and then it builds soil up behind it, and then things sprout. And somebody told me today that some of the downed cypresses have already got sprouts coming up.
Oh, is that right? Interesting. Yeah.
But the trouble is,
the deer love those apparently.
I think right now, the state emergency management group is in charge of what we do with the riverbanks. And I was talking to Charlie Hutchinson at the county about all the debris and could we chip it instead of burning it. And he said that 99% of the debris is on private land. Yeah. So it's the private people that need to decide what they want to do with their debris.
Yeah.
And there's some good literature out there about leaving some and removing some. And I don't know where we are about burning stuff right now.
Well, I think that's still the plan, is to burn some of that stuff up, and to do it in a smokeless type, contraption. I think is what they're planning to do. I'm worried that some of my concerns are like, I thought that what the Texas Parks and Wildlife folks said was very smart, along with the Hill Country Alliance and the other folks that were at those events. To mitigate the damage that was done was very important. And two, the other part of this was that, we could do it smartly and environmentally friendly. But when you look at what's happened in West Kerr already, it feels like we're not doing that. It feels like we're grading and just ripping out the riparian stuff that was left, And you see that, and what's interesting is that when you go to West Kerr and you see what they call the switchgrasses, they're still up there. They're not ripped out, but it's in the areas where we've modified it, where there's nothing left.
Yeah.
So that's the hard part about where we're at with this whole story.
Well, we've got professional experts supposedly involved, so.
Keyword
know.
supposedly.
The other thing Charlie said was that there's 520 million feet of debris, which, no, that's not how he put it. It's 520,000 pickup loads
Yeah.
of debris.
Right. Right.
They have to do something with.
Right.
So,
tell me though, the journey. The designation came last year or this year, earlier this year. Last year. And to you, why is this area so worthy of being a bird city? In your estimation? Because
it's really it's a important stopping place for birds.
Yeah.
Going north and south, and we have a lot of water, and there's not a lot of water in this part of Texas.
Right.
So I think the creeks are a big advantage for the birds, and there's a pretty active birding community going.
Absolutely, yeah.
You know? One of the things that's on Leslie's website is the 10 hot spots for birding. So now that you can't bird on the river, where do you go? Well,
Yeah.
There's 10 hot spots on there. And the parks people have quit mowing along Town Creek, which used to have painted buntings.
Mm-hmm.
So if that brush can come back, then the birds will come back too.
Right.
So.
Right. Well, I mean, you can still go birding, right? I mean, you can still you can go up Town Creek and look around a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah. And the fisheries out in Mountain Home is a really good place.
Yeah.
So there's lots of good places to go birding. And I hope, I think she's right. I think when the birds come back this way, they're going to find what they need in people's yards.
Yeah,
and
right.
That'll be okay.
Right. What's the, in your estimation, what is the bird that defines the Texas Hill Country? The vulture?
Yeah.
That's my pick.
Well, that's one of your most successful birds.
Oh my gosh! Yeah,
I've heard that the highway department values them at $10,000 each for
I'm
the
sure.
cleanup skills.
Yeah.
No, I imagine it's either the painting bunted or the vireo.
Yeah.
And they like brush.
They like to be hidden.
Yeah.
They're very bright though, so that makes sense though for them to be kind of hidden a little bit. I don't understand why we don't have a team here called the. We have the Tally, or was it the Nimitz Dolphins, or the Admirals, or whatever they're called now. We need to have one of these schools needs to be called the Vultures. What's wrong with that? I mean,
or at least the Hawks.
We
have a lot of red-tailed hawks.
We have the Hawks, but I mean, I don't see as many Hawks here as I do Vultures. So. The vultures are very cool in a lot of ways. I haven't
heard that the main predator for the deer, white-tailed deer, is the pickup truck.
It is the pickup truck, and the vulture is very grateful for that. They probably follow those pickup trucks around, like, oh, look at that, he's going to hit one.
I wanted to throw out one more thing here. I was talking about the flood harm, thinking about the flood harm, and part of the issue with the Riverside Nature Center being closed is that so many of the coalition members and the nature organizations have their meetings there. Mm-hmm. A lot of the nonprofits in Kerrville don't have an office.
Right.
And so
that's where you go.
Yeah.
Big Fix, you.
Yeah, so Kevin has been letting us use the room at Wild Birds for meetings.
That's right, he has an education center, right? Yeah,
but the Nature Center is just a really focal point for a lot of nature stuff.
Becky will be here later today, but how worried are you about the Nature Center's impact on the Nature Center?
Well, they're thinking they're going to reopen the 1st of September.
Okay.
I'm supposed to go out there this week and help them put things back.
Yeah.
And they had so much stuff.
Yeah. It's hard for me to imagine that the water got into that building.
It was 3 feet high in one of the little buildings out in back.
Yeah, incredible, absolutely incredible. What is the future of a bird city? Give us your take on the future.
Well, the things that we're working on now is like I said, we're going to be thinking about watershed. Mm-hmm. I need to find out what happened to the UGRA's new little park next to the, they were going to have a nature park next to the. I can't think of the name of it. Cindy Center.
Oh, the River Center. That's still in the works.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's going to take a while.
I mean, we're still going to have the native plant sale in October. We're hoping we can do a citywide planting day in November. Lots of educational stuff. Probably another Migratory Bird Day celebration.
Yeah.
One in spring. What else did I have on here?
It would be interesting to see, though, like the idea of, like a little, like as you talked about before with your bird blinds, almost having like these little demonstration gardens of like, here's how you attract birds. That's a kind of an interesting idea.
We were talking about that with the Doyle Center, and I haven't caught up with Chris Distel at Schreiner lately, what they're doing with their bird blinds.
Yeah. That's a good one. I need to talk to that guy too, Chris Distel.
We need to focus on what's going up with the birds, and now that it's migration again is a good time. So I was a little worried about the bats too, because there were bats living under Francisco Lemos.
Oh, absolutely.
But they probably knew that was all happening and got out of there.
I'm sure they did.
Yeah.
Well, they were probably out already, when that was going on early in the morning. Yeah.
Maybe. So we don't know what happened to them.
They're probably pretty hardy, I saw a stat the other day that was in one of the legislative hearings that 75% of all the Guadalupe River bass that are tagged made it upstream before the flood. So they were way upstream, hanging out, and that there was not as much damage to the aquatic part of the river as people think maybe. But if you walked up and down the river trail the first day, there was dead fish everywhere. I
know.
So it was incredible.
There were some on Francisco Lemos when I went down that morning.
Yeah. But that was a constant presence.
One other thing that's happening that's exciting is we've been working with Jay Brimhall on doing some plantings in the parks.
Yeah.
And the LMAP people from the Master Naturalists came out, and we did Singing Winds, and I found an incredible number, native plants out there that I didn't know were there, and we're gonna put signs on them, identify them, and encourage people to use those in their yards.
I bet Singing Wind could be a good place for birding because it's got that sort of natural trail that runs through it, like Kerrville Shriner Park does. So I'm sure that'd be a good one too.
Well, I think we tried to have a birding thing up there the other day.
Yeah.
It rained us out. But
oh, come on now.
It did. We made it rain.
Oh my gosh. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
So that'll be happening.
All right. What were you in the morning? Well, you were worried about your little parade, which is always delightful. And so you were out patrolling. What was the thing that struck you the most about the morning of the 4th?
The sound of that river. And I have a little clip that I took of it roaring by, and the bridge was invisible.
Yeah.
You see the bridge.
Yeah.
And it just, I don't know. I mean, I remember the one in 2018. I went down to see the big trees going over the dam.
Yeah.
This was amazing.
This was, it's hard to even comprehend what happened here. Yeah. But I mean, we're going to get back. We're going to get better from this, I think.
Things grow. And, that's look at the history of Egypt. They counted on their floods every year to do something good.
Right.
We're going to have to think about what we build things. I don't know.
Yeah, that's going to be a big part of it.
On that river road in New Braunfels, those people rebuild their houses again and again after they get flooded out. But if we have to pay higher taxes because people want to build in the floodplain, I don't know.
Yeah, about that, right? Exactly. Yeah, right, right. Katie Capel is always delightful to have here as well. You always could just storm on the show, so we appreciate you very much for being here.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. We'll talk to you soon, Katie. We'll take a break. We'll have the Symphony of the Hills is here with the great and powerful Gene Dowdy, which means I got to cue up some music. Well. He didn't bring Summerlin, so I don't know what the heck to do now.
Somebody's over here.
I'm completely lost to where Summerlin's at. Come on over, you guys. You sit here.
Okay.
Y'all have a good day, Lewis.
And sit right here. Well, I'm disappointed that Summerlin's not here. It's okay. Much more lovely persons here.
Disappoint you.
That's all. No, I'm good. I'm good. Welcome to the second hour of our first day 3 of our nonprofit week, brought to you by our good friends at South Star Bank. I think Jeff Harris and Kyla Gazelle will stop by at 10 o'clock to tell us about what the bank has to offer when it comes to. It'll be okay. You sound great already.
She's a soprano.
Yeah, so. I know. I thought you were a singer. I was like, wait a minute. What is? Okay. But we've got a great show continuing throughout the day, and then South Star Bank, for all your banking needs, if you're a nonprofit, they are the ones to go and see. You can just stop in there and say hi to Kyla. She's in the office on your left-hand side as you walk into the building. I think where the bowling alley used to be is where her office was at. Today is historic for us. It's our 1,000th episode of The Lead Live. We launched The Lead Live, thank you very much, on August 9th, 2021. And I was just looking at it yesterday because I sent a note out to a couple of people in the media industry. We have talked to roughly 3,500 people. Now, that includes Gene and Tim several times, of course, but they've been on the show several times through the years. But 3,500 to 3,600 people is what have been on the show through the years. And some of them we don't always count. We don't count Leslie. We don't count Andrew and Gilbert.
Like your right arms.
Yeah. I mean, we don't count we count the people who come on and talk to us about stuff. So that is a milestone for us today. But one of my favorite people in the world is here, Gene Dowdy. Because he's on the wall. He's right there.
Wow.
And they just asked me to, we're going to re-up our relationship, our partnership with you guys, which is always exciting because I just love going to the symphony. And because here's the thing why I love the symphony so much. It's because I learn something new every time I go. Or I find an appreciation for something that is just cool. Now, I just find, every time I go, there's like something that just catches me. Like the violin solo from the number 2 chair.
Ryan Coppin, when he played
last year or 2 years ago.
Yes, that Vaughan Williams Lark Ascending.
Your number 1 guy playing A Soaking Farewell was fantastic.
Exactly.
There's just, every time I go, there's something that catches me. And I'm like, that's the best I've ever seen. I go again, that's the best I've ever seen. And then I call my mom all the time and tell everybody who's listening. I call my mom every single time, and I said, I went to the symphony. Ha-ha. And she's got to
be proud.
She's so
cultured.
I know. She gets so irritated by it because they don't have it where she's at. So it's just delightful. But you brought Rebecca with you, which is good.
Yeah, Rebecca Williamson's on our board. Great soprano who I'd known as a singer, and we actually go to the same church. And well, she runs our children's program, so that is a huge part of the symphony's identity and our connection. But first thing, before we go any farther, I want to say congratulations on your 1,000th episode.
Yes.
I brought you a ceremonial
baton.
My gosh. This is for you.
Oh, wow.
I want to emphasize ceremonial.
Yeah.
There's no power in that.
But this is lovely. Look at this.
There's no power.
Look at this. I can direct people.
Yes, you can try.
Yes. Let me see here.
Oh my gosh!
Wise coatings.
I'm going to be out of a job. It's
Sing some songs for me. Come on now.
It's not fencing. It's pretty good.
Right, I love it.
Harry Potter.
Harry Potter.
I was going to say.
Look, I love this. Thank you. So much.
Well,
beautiful.
Well, we appreciate those remarks because that's exactly what we're trying to do. The symphony tries to connect to the community, and every time people come, the musicians are saying something on stage. It's not just, what entertainment am I seeing tonight? But the musicians are saying something through their music. The themes of the concerts point us in a direction. And, coming into our 25th anniversary season, which is a, big darn deal, as you pointed out, in the Texas Hill Country, to have a professional orchestra, beautiful theater. It's just coming out of a, wonderful renovation to its, so everything is just primed. Orchestra's getting ready, music's picked, musicians are excited, and then July 4 happens. And we're all changed, as I heard you speaking about with your prior guest, and that we will, we're going to come through this stronger. But the amazing thing to me, Lewis, was, immediately after the flood, the musicians from the symphony, what do we, what's happening? Because, they're affected.
Yeah.
It changes things.
Right.
And so right away, all of us together, the board, the artistic team, the musicians, what can we do? What can we do? And so we are doing something, and it's significant. I'm amazed, and for the first time we'll announce here that the symphony, when they play their first concert, as listed on our schedule, October 9th, the following Thursday, Symphony of the Hills, 70 professional musicians heading to San Antonio, playing a free concert at Trinity University's Auditorium, co-sponsored by Trinity.
Wow.
Who was also impacted by the
Very
flood.
much so.
Yes,
yeah.
Exactly. And they're a sister institution to Shriner. We're in the same athletic conference. There's so much symbiosis. Their 90-voice choir, Dr. Gary Safeman, is going to have that choir sing a beautiful piece that we've added to the concert for that tribute in San Antonio. So I'm just amazed that what's happening, and that concert will be a tribute and allow people to make donations in the San Antonio area to our Hill Country strong community. Right.
For those of you who don't know, Trinity University, which we normally would make fun of on the show, especially since they stole Marwan El Rakawabi as a basketball coach. But one of the little girls from Mystic was the daughter of one of the football coaches at Trinity, and they also lost a student as well. I think it was Aiden Hartfield who was lost his life with his girlfriend. They were camped out, or they were staying along the river, and so Trinity took it on the chin as far as like the emotional impact of not only just a student, but the child of a faculty member. And, and I put it into this perspective is that when you go to Shriner, for instance, like when you go to the last 3 years or 4 years of basketball games, there's like a pack of kids that have grown up at Shriner. There's McAlexander's kids. There's Marwan's boys and daughter now.
Miller.
There's Shannon's daughter. They're all like a little pack, and when you have that, it's kind of an institutional part of this as well. And so Trinity's lost that as well, and that would be hard for me to imagine that kind of pain. And so I'm glad you guys are going to go down there and do that. But when you go down there, you just want to remind our basketball coach that they stole Marwan.
I know.
Look, Hill Country. This is the Hill Country's coming down. So just remember your roots up here at Shriner.
I like it.
Now, normally I come up here and Tim's here, and I'll play him, some selected music from a movie. I'm not
certain movie that you're partial to.
Yeah, he's not. I think he's supposed to be here on Thursday.
Okay.
For another event. But Rebecca, what does the symphony do? What do you think is the magic of the symphony in your estimation?
The connection with the community is huge.
Yeah.
We have very, very loyal patrons, and they look forward to it every year, and it's more of a conversation.
Yeah. I kind of know where everybody sits now, too, by the way. Because I can go, when I go, like, okay, so I know that Gene sits, Gene Wolfmo sits in the front, in the back, against the rail there, and then Dr. McCormick and his wife are on the case here on the one side of there, on the right side. Then over there is Dr. Summerlin and Mary Ellen, and then Ed Livermore Jr. is back behind me, back on the first left side, and the Mayor Eichner's back in the top row there. So I mean, I kind of know the lay of the land now, and people are used to that. And you see all those people who are connecting. So Bruce Strachey sits in the orchestra area, but yeah, I mean, it's delightful. That's part of our community as well. It's going up and going to the symphony.
But the interaction between us and the schools has grown and grown and grown over the years. Thanks to Jenny Mitchell. She really built the program up. And every year we have Elise O'Brien, who creates
lovely,
a curriculum guide.
Yeah.
And, the teachers use that to teach every segment of the concert that they'll be hearing. And this year it's on October 8th. And we end up with over 1,600 children in one day. We have a sitting with 800 plus at 10 o'clock in the morning, and then the next, I guess it's 1 o'clock, and over 800 at each concert. I mean, it is packed.
I'll tell you, this program, it's called CAM, Children's Adventures in Music. It's long running. Deidre Harmer used to run it before that. Casey used to help. You were mentioning Charlie and Casey.
Yeah.
So this program, it's not just like you'll see every orchestra in the world play children's concerts. Yeah. They all do that. These musicians go into every school month before the children's concert to show them the instruments, talk to them about the music, connect with the music teachers. This curriculum guide that Rebecca was just showing you, that so beautifully designed and laid out, we started working on that last year. I give Elise, who writes the curriculum, I give her all the notes on every composer and concert. So we come up with these themes and the connecting, her words earlier, how we connect to the community. That's what that program's about. So these kids, when they get there on October 8th for the children's concerts, they're like waving to the musicians who usually come out.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, and they're like cheering. They're like superheroes.
Yeah,
It's just amazing. So that program is unusual for orchestras in this country.
Well, and Gene, how many times have we talked about too that one of the biggest producers of orchestral music anymore, obviously, is the movie industry, but also the gaming industry too.
Oh yeah. That's such a great point. That is fabulous music. Those composers are. There are little Beethovens running around today who are writing these, radio ads for the web, but game music, and it's not just all like you think of Super Mario.
Yeah, I know
but it's not just all techno. It's like there's orchestral sound that is being recreated, and so digital music is everything. In fact, at Shriner, we have more and more kids who are coming into the music program who are interested in that kind of. We have a freshman coming from Bernie. He's going to be in Jacoby's Songkeepers program. He's going to be studying piano with Dr. Crandall. And his whole thing is in the studio. He's going to, do his
And you have your
degree.
new studio set up.
Oh, yeah. We got that digital audio workstations, the recording studio. So he's going to be, and he writes that kind of music that you're speaking of.
Yeah.
And we're hoping that these 3rd and 4th graders will be inspired as they grow up to at least have an appreciation.
Right.
We all need an audience.
We all need an audience for sure. Absolutely. And you got outed a little bit by the Hill Country Chorale on Monday.
I saw that.
Yeah, they're excited, obviously, but you've decided to pivot a little bit here on the performances to kind of honor the flood victims and the community. Tell us a little bit about what you have in mind exactly.
Well, once July 4 happened and we're all changed. I just, even though our first concert, Bach to the Beatles, was such a clever moniker, but what's deeper is that the theme is a time to remember.
Yeah.
And so I just couldn't, artistically, I just couldn't go into a concert and have da-da-da, da-da-da, this drama.
Yeah.
And the Bach fugue is beautiful, and we'll do it another time. But what we need is voices. And so, for example, at the October 16th concert, the tribute concert at San Antonio, we're basically going to repeat the Kerrville concert in San Antonio, but the addition of the Trinity Chorus is going to change that game. We're doing a piece by Arvo Pärt, who's a modern choral composer. It's called Da Pacem Domine, So the peace of the Lord, and it's so that choral component. We're working with Claire and the Hill Country Chorale to see if there's something we can do similar on our Kerrville concert, October 9th. So yes, that's in the works, but I can't say what it is because I'm not exactly sure. We've got some ideas of what to present there. But then, so how do you open the concert if it's not going to be with Bach? And the answer is the composer Gustav Mahler, his Symphony Number 5. He's got a movement tucked in there, 9 minutes, called the Adagietto. It's for strings and harp. And it's 9 minutes of just absolute soulful beauty.
Wait a minute, I want to hear this. What is it called again?
Adagietto Symphony 5, Mahler. And it is just...
Adagietto.
Yeah, Adagietto.
There it is, right there.
Yeah,
Comes right up.
Oh my gosh, it's such a popular work if you can find it.
And here's Leonard Bernstein directing it. Let's see.
You'll hear that harp and strings right off.
Let's go. All right, come on, Leonard. Put it together. Stand by, everybody. Let's listen to this. I'm captivated.
Yeah, it's like you said, you'll be in that theater and those musicians speaking the deepest feelings that we could ever have, which are not expressible in words.
No, it's a language.
Thank you for playing that. It is a language, and it's uniquely human that we turn to music in times like this. So we're, I'm just so grateful to be in a world, in a business, in a community like Kerrville that loves the symphony. And by the way, talking about, I know the big thing is city council's looking at their budget, and there's all these, flood-related, costs, and so everybody's lining up on how to handle that. But I'll tell you one thing about the symphony is their finances are so strong. I wish other orchestras had what this community has, a board of directors that's so sound financially. And, we're coming into this season with our largest group of prepaid season ticket holders and season and ticket individual concerts.
It feels like
it's amazing.
Yeah, it feels like there's this momentum right now.
That's the word, is momentum.
How would you describe that? I mean, why is there momentum, do you think?
I think part of it was the party that we had at the Arcadia.
I know, yeah.
It was so much fun.
Yeah.
People came and they stayed. We sort of expected it to be a come
No, they
and go
stayed,
thing,
yeah.
and they did not leave.
Right.
For sure.
And of course, we had the orchestra playing, so it was a very special evening. People were excited, and I think that just was contagious.
Yeah.
And then they went out and started talking about it, so people have gone online and made arrangements as well, who may not have even been a part of the symphony before.
What's funny is, Rebecca, after that response, then the board at their meeting last week was saying, well, we're going to do that again, aren't we? And, well, we used to do our ticket re-up at the final concert, but now we're like, no, we got to go back to the Arcadia and do that again.
Yeah.
So we're probably going to do it again next season.
Right.
So.
I'm just wondering here, Gene, just as an aside here, I'm wondering, is there a way that we could maybe do a tastefully done, I know how I would do it, but a slideshow of all those who were lost while you're playing that? Is there a way to do that, you think?
I think it's a beautiful idea. Teresa Brett, our friend, with her Fredericksburg Chamber Orchestra, she did a tribute concert. I played on that with her, and she had the names read during that.
I gave her all the names because we had them for the most part,
And now they've got that published list.
Yeah,
from
now we
the
have
sheriff's office.
Yeah, I only had, but I have all the photos of everybody.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah.
To run as a slideshow.
Yeah.
I would jump at that.
Yeah.
That's
And
a great
I wonder.
idea.
I mean, not to be, you don't, but images. It's like music.
Yeah.
It says more than anything we could say. I wonder if we could run that slide.
Yeah.
Would you let us maybe run that?
Yeah.
Maybe at a concert.
Well, I would even make it for you if we could figure out how to do it. I would love to be able to give that to the symphony if we could figure out how to do that, because we could do it in a very tasteful way.
Just be a PowerPoint that fades in. And maybe.
Yeah. Just simple.
Can you
easy.
imagine all that Mahler's playing or something?
I know. Well, and I got to tell you that I found myself, and this is much more. There's a little bit of more of an uplift in this piece of music. Which, by the way, the video that I just found on this was from 1973 at the Vienna Orchestra.
Yeah.
I mean, Bernstein at his height. Playing with the Vienna Orchestra. I also found myself drawn to Adagio for strings, which is made
That's
famous.
gorgeous.
Famous by already a powerful, but he was so such almost a character in the movie Platoon.
Oh my gosh, that scene!
But I can't think of a better piece of music than this. So anyway, but yeah, we can think about that. We can talk about that. But I mean, the momentum that you have, like, how do we continue to build on that, and how do we continue to grow so we can do bigger and better things in the future?
Well, I think one is keep doing what we're doing. Is be relevant in the community.
Yeah.
That beautiful hall, the city's also already said this Callow Theater is important.
Right.
It's the gem of the Texas Hill Country. I mean, there's not a better space to put on beautiful music. Anybody can come into that theater, shorts and flip-flops, or if they want to dress it up. The symphony is just relevant, and children. We have kids that come. In fact, we comp the kids who come to summer music camps. They come free and their families. So the symphony's always trying to broaden our relevance and our audience.
Yeah.
And so we don't ever want, I want to put that message out. That's part of it is that everybody belongs. On one of the concerts, I see the picture of Lyle Lovett up there, and we went to his live show at the Arcadia last year. It was in January. It was beautiful. So we did a little quick piece of his. I don't know if you remember. At the Pops concert, we just kind of threw out "If I Had a Boat," and it's like, that we're just trying to connect everywhere. Because
and the choice of music is huge. Obviously,
we do. We
you
try
want to do things that. Oh, I want to hear that.
Wouldn't it be great though? I mean, we're kind of going through all these different groups that are playing. There's was it Carrie Underwood had her concert. Pat Green had a concert.
George Strait. I mean,
George Strait had a concert.
Absolutely.
Could you back George Strait for a concert, do you think?
Hey, I would do it in a heartbeat.
Yeah, you could probably make that work, couldn't you?
I'd do that in a
he could back
New York
back
minute. Yeah, exactly.
Well, you did the one guy. That was great. Who was the guy the singer?
We did Dave Alexander.
That's right.
That was that Western swing concert. But we've played out at the Kerrville Folk Festival.
I know.
With backing up singer-songwriters. I've got an arranger for the symphony who just loves coming up with stuff like that.
Yeah.
So we need to keep, as an imperative, doing what you're suggesting, which is how do we build? How do we grow?
We build, yeah.
Because, we all know if you're not growing, you're going the other way.
Right.
So,
right.
We want to keep it up and let people know that we're there for them.
What's his board like, Rebecca? Is it a good group?
The board is great.
Yeah.
In fact, that was what I was going to say. Is the board has pivoted. We've learned. Like last year, we could only have 4 concerts. So we made that work.
There were 4 spectacular. I actually missed one last year, but I got to 3 of the 4, and they were all great. So.
And we made that pivot, and then now we're talking again about making a pivot because of the flood. Everybody brings a special talent to the group. Some of us are musicians, but we have CPAs. We've got all sorts of different professions represented, who can bring an element that we need.
Yeah. And then you sing too, is that right?
Yes.
And you sing with the
I sing with the chorale.
Wow, nice.
And
so we'll see you up on stage at some point in the next few
you
weeks.
have.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We've seen you up there. I know. I was like, I knew that you were a singer. I was like, well, what are we gonna do here?
I'm going to leave you our 25th season rack card
Oh,
also.
yes.
That
it's
has
a
all
big
of our
year for
concert,
us.
our dates, and all the themes, and the overarching theme of our 25th season.
Okay, so let's go through this real quick. So you're going to do Bach to the Beatles.
Yep, which is no longer
Without
gonna
Bach.
happen. but
the
the
Messiah-
graphic was so cool.
The Messiah.
Yeah, of course. A Time to Rejoice, Handel's Messiah, and always beautiful concert music from, Trans-Siberian Orchestra piece we're going to do. It's so awesome.
And then the Jazz Pops.
Yeah, that's A Time to Dance.
That's that first concert right after New Year's.
Oh my gosh, music from Chicago. We're going to have, and Crandall on that concert. We're going to be playing variations on I Got Rhythm by Gershwin. I mean, what a great concert that is.
You think you could drag Eichner out of retirement for that one? Maybe?
Yeah, I may have to.
You may have to.
I'm happy to do that. Man, Time to Dazzle and
Now, who is Tatiana Dorakova?
Yeah, Tatiana is a medal winner from the San Antonio
the
International Piano Competition,
Yeah.
which is known as the Gurwitz
Right.
International Piano Competition. So she's a winner. She's coming to play with us in February, the Prokofiev Third Piano Concerto.
Yeah.
And that concert's going to be, female power, because I'm opening it with Joan Towers' Fanfare for the Uncommon Woman, because Tatiana is uncommonly talented.
Right.
And then the final concert, I mean, it doesn't get any better than this. Gustav Holst, The Planets. It's a massive orchestral work. Each planet is like an astrological vibe.
Wow.
It's
incredible.
I
And there'll
bet.
be a little choral women's group.
Oh yeah.
there.
The very last movement, Uranus has a wordless women's chorus.
Oh, really?
Is singing,
that'd be
'cause
beautiful.
It's like terrestrial.
I love it.
So yeah, it's a great season, and we're just so excited, and want to connect and be a part of what everybody's thinking and feeling in town.
Now, here's the deal. In 2027, this is what I want. I want to do. Here's what I want. I'm going to challenge you. Okay. I want you to. We want to do a. I wish I had the money. Maybe I'll have the money at that point. I don't know. If I win the lottery tomorrow, this is what we're going to do in 2027. Okay, we're going to do a night of heroic movie themes.
Okay. I'm already on it.
All right. Here. But you listen to here's my lineup for you. Ready?
All right.
The Natural.
Oh yeah,
Rand-
music from the natural.
Music from the Natural.
Yeah, it is good. I'm gonna put this down more. Natural.
The
Conan.
Well, we can do Conan if we want, but also I was reminded of the power of the Black Stallions.
Yeah.
Which is
very good.
Francis Ford Coppola's brother-in-law or cousin that scored that. They only did one score, I think, and it was that music. It was that, and it in the horse racing scenes are incredible in that movie.
The superhero theme is just strong.
Yeah. It's just anyway. Those are two that stand out, and I love the idea of the natural because it's so dramatic. Randy Newman is such a underrated, composer.
Agreed.
But those would be, and then of course the orgy scene from Conan
the Barbarian.
Yeah, we'd have to bring in a big snake, and then we'd have to have Tim in the loincloth.
Well, and you're familiar with the Beach Boys, Heroes and Villains?
Yeah, right. That'd be great.
So I don't know if I'm going to rip that off for the theme, but something like that, superheroes and supervillains or whatever, and Good Meets Evil or whatever, and we're going to present that, and that's our Pops concert in next year.
I love it.
Not this. So I want you to know we're finally hearing. Conan is programmed.
Conan is so good. That's not Marconi, but is it? No, it's I'm trying to remember the name of the composer, but he did a lot in the early 80s.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
So.
There's so many, and like you and I have talked many times. Morricone, John Williams, Hans Zimmer.
Yeah.
The guy from Mohicans. That music.
That's beautiful.
These men and women who are writing movie, film, and game music. That's our classical music now.
Yeah, the last The Mohican score, by the way, I think is one of the most.
No, Elfman was Batman.
Batman. He did the original Batman. Let me see. It was Randy Edelman and Trevor Jones.
Trevor Jones. Yeah, he did that.
That is probably one of the most spectacular.
That concert was.
Yeah, I mean that was incredible when you play that. The Gale part where they play, it's just incredible. So anyway, now I will have Leonard Bernstein completely dominating my feed now. That's not bad.
Not bad.
Not bad at all. In fact, I'm seeing
There are worse things that could happen.
Yeah, there's a 1972 version of it too. So like every year he performed it somewhere or he conducted it somewhere.
That piece is so powerful,
Yeah.
and you see it performed standalone all the time.
Yeah. Let me see here. Turn this back up. All right, we're gonna leave on that one. Thank you guys for being here. It was always a pleasure.
Thank you for including us.
Yeah, absolutely.
And all you're doing in the community.
Yeah, thank you so much.
We all appreciate you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I can't wait for this. Wow. All right, we're heading out. We'll head to a break. We'll be right back. Sisters in Service. Geschwind and Natalie's here. So, all right. We'll see you guys in a bit here. If you're just joining us right now, this is the spectacular Gustav Mahler's Adagio number 5, conducted by Leonard Bernstein in 1973 by the Vienna Philharmonic Orchestra. Natalie's having trouble with her headphones.
I'm having difficulties.
It's okay. Sisters in Services here, and Jennifer Natale, and Suzanne Geschwind are here to tell us all about what is going on with Sisters in Service. And it has been... We talked just the other day, didn't we? What did we talk about? I don't even remember anymore what we talked about.
Salvation Army. We were the volunteers.
Oh, that's right. That was actually a very compelling conversation that we had. And that was compelling in a lot of ways because you highlighted some issues that we were dealing with that. So let me turn off Leonard Bernstein here for a minute. Okay, there we go. How are you guys doing? What's new?
Doing well. Thank you for having us. How are you?
I'm good. Looks like you guys both been on the golf course.
Yes.
Wait, who is the better golfer? You or you?
Jennifer.
Jennifer is. You took up golf when? At what point in your life did you take up golf?
That would have been 2014.
Really? Mm-hmm. So you never had played golf before?
No, sir.
No? And then, how did you pick up the game?
I'm in love with it.
You're in love with it. Okay. Interesting. So you just never picked it up, and you just now you play all the time.
Mm-hmm. Moved to Kerrville and golfing community, Comanche Trace.
Right.
Got involved with the Lady Niners because they're a lot of fun.
Yeah. So how has the game changed you? Because isn't this kind of like the Sisters in Service is kind of a golfing group too, a little bit? Yeah, I mean, you guys play golf.
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
We have an upcoming charity golf tournament and auction coming in September 29th.
Yeah.
And so we're definitely going to hopefully talk about that today, too.
Right. I just want to talk about golf for a little bit because I need a break from it. Well, I always tell people, too, like my grandmother, who is still with us at 100, and she'll be 104 next year.
Wow.
Yeah. I think the last time she played golf, we played with her when she was 93.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
And she was still pretty formidable at 93. But she didn't start playing until she married her third husband, and he played, and they moved to a golf resort. And she had kind of dabbled in it a little bit, like to go to the driving range, but she never really played. And then she just played every day, and just got good at it. And so yeah, it's one of those great sports. I think it helped lengthen her life, quite frankly.
Sure.
Absolutely. Being active and
outside and social.
Yeah, right.
Sure.
Right. So that's an exciting part of this whole story as well, is that the two of you are, Suzanne, you play too, right?
I play.
Yeah. And can you beat her?
No, we actually came in second.
we came in second on Sunday.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Do you guys play for money or anything, or do you do anything like that?
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Play for birdie shots.
Do you? All right. This group, Sisters in Service, though, the underlying story for everybody has been, how has the flood changed your organization? How is your response? Obviously, you guys were very involved in the Salvation Army piece, but how has it changed your organization? By the way, I have my little baton here, so I can.
I'm wondering if you're going to smack us with it. I was
direct
like,
the
what's
two of
he
you.
doing with that?
We're also involved with Mercy Chefs.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, are you really? Okay. So yeah, how did it change your? What has been the biggest change, I guess?
Well, we've always called ourselves a nonprofit that helps other nonprofits. So this has been an opportunity to really exercise that role,
Right?
And step up and help out some of the people who are a little overwhelmed.
Remind me again how you came to that idea of helping other nonprofits. Because originally, I think you were kind of looking for, you had some ideas of what you wanted to do with the group, and then I felt like you kind of pivoted a little bit and said, you know what, we want to help other nonprofits.
I think the biggest thing was because there's a lot of nonprofits, and Kerrville is such a giving community.
Yeah.
We just wanted to make sure there was no overlapping. So we kind of fill in, like Miss Suzanne said, we fill in those gaps for the nonprofits. But we've grown since 2019 when we started all this from a Bible study group.
Right.
So God has just led us into the right places.
Right. And so then going back to the changes that you've had, so one of the things that I feel like, this week is designed to kind of help is that, there's so many nonprofits out here who are doing so many important things. All of them need some help. Like, I wish I had all the money in the world. I was just like, you get something and you get something, and that's the beauty of this as well. But how do you decide who's going to get help, or how do you evaluate that? It's so hard. I mean, there's so many groups.
It's very difficult, and thankfully we do have some larger groups that are vetting and doing their application process, and so we are working hand in hand with the Zion Church, trying to adopt families. And
this is for the flood relief fund.
The flood relief
Okay.
fund. So we started a flood relief fund, and again, so many, and it's not just here in Kerrville. I mean, it's from other states, and we had money coming in, and so this money now we will use 100%. Every penny is going to go directly to those in need.
Yeah, and so that is going to be the focus for probably the next year or so, you think?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Remind me of what July 4th looked like for your organization, for the two of you. What was July 4th like? Were you guys even in town, or were you?
No, we were in town.
Yeah.
Yeah, we woke up thinking we were playing in a golf tournament.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
And then when we heard about the flooding, I have a son who lives with a small HEB.
Okay.
So we did go out to make sure that his apartment complex was okay, and
Right.
we saw the devastation.
Yeah.
And so the very next day, 8 a.m., we were at Salvation
We were
Army.
at Salvation Army.
Yeah. I mean, but coming out of Comanche Trace, you could see Flat Rock or the Flat Rock Dam, being probably top. So probably you saw it right off the bat, right?
And then when we saw Water Street, that just really, we were like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
This is much bigger than we thought it was. Because we had no internet.
Right. People were like, the thing that folks don't realize is that, you wake up and you thought, well, this will be a mild thing. And it was not.
It was not.
It was not. So then you got into action the next morning. You went to the Salvation Army. You became sort of the organizers of the
Chaos.
The chaos that was there.
We became the lead of the chaos.
Yeah. But again, did that change the way you look at service too? I mean, have you had a moment to kind of calm and relax and say, this is we need to do this differently in the future? Or
Well, we hadn't been put in that position before,
Yeah.
and just going in there and then them telling Salvation, saying, "Here, do this, take over."
Right.
And we did, and knowing that we can do that in the future. I've already, we've got some in our organization that are teaming with First United Methodist Church in the Corps.
Okay.
And getting our badges, so when it's time to start cleanup, we can go with First United and with a team and get started on that.
This is such an important story for our community to kind of understand and process. How do you explain to others, who don't understand what's happened here?
Gosh, a level of devastation that is unfathomable.
Right.
Somebody, a friend of mine who lost her house in Hunt, said the Hollywood couldn't have written a worse horror movie than what happened in Kerr.
No, right. Yeah.
And sometimes it's just really hard to talk about without getting emotional. I mean, even though we didn't have our boots on the ground in the waters, being there at Salvation Army and then all these donations coming in, it was just so overwhelming and just filled our heart knowing that so many people are just so giving.
Right.
And then watching people come in to fill out the applications and just the looks on their faces of devastation and it was tough at times.
Yeah.
It's hard not to get emotional.
Right.
And we started at Mercy Chef that Sunday, and then a big group of us were at St. Vincent de Paul through all of this.
Yeah.
And working through Zion.
What was going on at St. Vincent de Paul? I mean, there's another
the same mayhem that was going on. Exact same story.
Oh, so everyone, so we had Goodwill, we have St. Vincent de Paul, we've had the Salvation Army. All of them have been just overwhelmed by donations and supplies.
Kerrville Pets Alive, and we were driving dog food over, and they were like, "Oh my gosh, no more!"
Yeah, right.
What do we do with it?
What do we do with it all? Yeah, that's the challenge with this event.
Well, I mean, the outpouring of support would have supported a community much larger than Kerrville.
Yeah,
we're not that big.
No, right, and that's people don't understand that either. We're not that big of a community, but the outpouring is overwhelming.
We are so grateful for their outpouring.
Yeah, but it's at the same time, it's like, hey, this is great. There's some things though, like we were talking this morning in the Dietert Center, the diapers that showed up, they got diapers, and so they were giving diapers out to other people. But that's going to be a need that everyone's going to have for quite a while.
Yes.
Just where do you put it all?
Where do you put it all? Yeah. What do you see the next few, like towards the end of the year, going into Christmas? What do you see that you're going to be working on?
For me, we'll be cleaning up the houses, or if they're, trying to help. Like we are supporting another young lady and her family that lost everything, and she was able to find a new RV, and it's being parked at one of the local RV parks, and we're going to help her sustain through a whole year of rent out there.
Oh, wow.
And so, continuing to serve our community and wherever possible, really.
Yeah. What do you think, Suzanne?
Well, we were at Mercy Chefs that first Sunday, and then we were kind of doing both. Salvation Army sort of took over for a couple of weeks, and then I've been doing Mercy Chef ever since, and a few of us have. One of our members, Julie, Nancy, her cousin,
Wendy.
When she organizes it, she's really kept us plugged in, and I think a few of us have made a commitment to serve there throughout the next year while they're here.
All right, and Mercy Chefs is what's your assessment of what they've done and what they've been able to accomplish here?
I'd never heard of them before.
I never heard of them either, yeah.
I hadn't either.
And I did a little research, but they are amazing. The level of organization, especially immediately. So you go to Salvation Army, it was kind of chaos, and then you go to Mercy Chefs, no chaos.
That's what they do, Mercy Chefs. They're prepared for
They kind of travel
disasters.
around, right? Yeah.
Yes,
sir. And some of the things, though, as far as raising funds, is that still a priority, to do some of the work you're doing? What do you see like the fundraising elements looking like?
Well, at this point, every year we have an annual charity golf tournament and auction, and mid-year we start focusing on that, and unfortunately we put that aside so we can focus on serving our community. But now that the tournament is coming up, we're really kind of focusing on raising funds so we can continue to serve those we already serve next year.
Right.
And we'd like to point out that every penny donated to Sisters in Service stays local.
Yeah.
Our board covers our operating costs, so none of it gets used for that.
Right. Yeah. You don't have you guys. That's your. To me, that's one of the things you've really stressed is like, hey, we're service oriented. We're going to help these groups out there. The nonprofits, though, that when we look at all the help that the churches have provided, the nonprofits have been provided. I mean, the underlying story to me is that every nonprofit that we've dealt with so far has had some have been impacted by the flood and impacted by the response, and has been stretched and pushed and bent in a lot of ways, but maybe not broken. How would you describe what's happened in our nonprofit community?
Well, I think it was a wake-up call for some people that they should have had something a little more prepared.
Yeah.
I come from a corporate emergency response background.
Right.
We always joke about the binder that has all the processes and procedures and press releases and all of that, and there wasn't any of that I could see.
I just watched, there's a movie or a TV series called 5 Days of Memorial about Katrina and the flood, and the hospital got flooded, and they were stranded for 5 days, and a lot of people died at that hospital. And the poor administrators like looking through this binder, and there's nothing about the levee breaks and the flood comes in, and so they were not prepared really either. But I mean, should we have an after action report on this stuff with all our nonprofit? Maybe have a summit on how we could be better down the road. I mean,
absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, I think every organization needs to have a minimum of emergency response training of just what if. I mean, I don't know that something like this will ever happen again.
Yeah, let's hope not.
Hope it doesn't.
Yeah. But
there will be other emergencies.
Let me just say this, though, and this is the thing I remind people, is that we have had one significant weather event every year in the 6 years that I've been here. We had the winter storm, which was major, as far as the duration of it goes. Thankfully, it was not a loss of life event like we saw, on July 4th. We had another weather event that stretched the police departments and the sheriff the next year, which is because all of the 10 was shut down. We had extreme heat one year. We had last year we had a flood. That was not as nearly as bad as what you saw here, but we had a flood. And then this year, and so it's like it's going to happen again in some capacity. How do we prepare for this in the future? And it seems like we should get everybody together, and say, all right, Sisters in Service, you support nonprofits. So your role is you fill in the gaps maybe in areas like what you guys ended up doing is so important.
Yes.
Yes, because you're right. Something's going to happen again. And the other thing that I saw pretty quickly was people were really overloaded and not getting support. Mm-hmm. So the outpouring of disaster workers was great. They also could have used an outpouring of administrative people who had experience going through devastation before.
Mm-hmm. Right. Now I'm thinking out loud here. I'm just thinking that we need to have like a coalition of groups here about how to manage the disasters. How we, between the churches, which understand that role, but maybe are not coordinated. Maybe that's one of your. I'm giving you some work to do, Natalie. Natalie's gonna do some work.
Need a few more things.
Yeah, Natalie.
Let me add that one to the
You're going to do
list.
some more work for you. But the reality of it is that coordination part is so critically important, and have like a group that kind of comes in and says, hey, I'm here to fill those gaps, and I feel like your group is positioned in that area to help and say, okay, Kerrville Pets Alive needs this, because Karen Guerrero was on the show on Monday, and she was just like, look, we were from day one, we're just slammed, and with their own sort of their lane is animals, and they're not looking maybe at what other things they need to help with as well. And so I don't know how we build this, but come on over here, Jeff. Come on over. Jeff and Kyla, come over for a second. Come on, sit right there. Sit right there.
Jump in.
Sit right there. Sit right there. Come on in. Yeah, come on in.
All right.
Oh, wow. Thank you.
I'm going to give them all to him.
Oh. Yes. Oh, good.
She put together a nonprofit package this morning.
Well, thank you.
All right.
There you go.
We got.
Yeah, that's the nonprofit bank. Kyla Gazelle's here with Jeff Harris.
Thanks, Kylie.
We're talking, Jeff. This is important for you to hear this. Let me just move this camera so we can see Jeff. Sisters in Service, you've met these ladies before, haven't you?
Yeah.
They probably beat you in golf, haven't they?
They have.
we played in his Blue Santa tournament.
Yeah. Here's an interesting concept that they have, or that we've been discussing, because they support nonprofits. And I think Brenda Hughes would be good for this too. What if we started a committee that said, how can we get all of our nonprofit groups together to help if this happens again, or we have an issue again, that groups can come in. There's like a coordinating group to help with, like what they were able to accomplish was they were working with the Salvation Army, St. Vincent de Paul, Mercy Chefs, and like they're seeing things from a different level than those who are kind of siloed in their own areas. And I think that would be helpful to have I think we almost need to have a summit, Jeff, of all these nonprofit groups. We get together and say, how can we better work together in a case like this? What did we learn? And we know there's gaps. Debbie Zapka's here too, by the way, from American Red Cross. I don't know, Jeff, what do you think about that idea? I'm throwing ideas at you.
I think it'd be a great thing for Louis Amesbury to start.
Louis Amesbury he's just the journalist
I think
guy.
that's great.
Yeah.
Great idea.
I'm going to tell you, knock on wood, we never go through this again.
Right.
At least not in my lifetime. The way this community came together, the way everything happened, we're at the EOC Friday the 4th of July, and the coordination was quick.
Yeah.
We had people that came and showed up, wanted to volunteer. Myself, Delane, and Brenda were kind of at the front gate, so to say, at the Ag Barn or the EOC. And Brenda and Delane were amazing. They had a list. Oh, well, you've got this skill. You need to go here and register. Go to the Croc Center. See Ashley. Get with her. Oh, well, you have donations. Go to the Red Cross. Or, hey, you have donations. I'm sorry, we're not accepting anymore. That was to me, I was like going, oh my gosh. Whataburger showed up one day at the EOC with 500 hamburgers. And I'm sitting there going, wow. So, I think that'd be a great idea. We know we have plenty of nonprofits in Kerr County and Kerrville and the surrounding areas.
Yes, sir.
I've been fortunate enough to sit on a few.
Right.
And
I think that's where, what we saw and what my friend Natalie here and Suzanne with unpronounceable last name.
Jennifer,
by the way.
Did this on purpose.
Keep him on his toes with how he's working.
Right. I think, though, it just like the stories they're sharing with me, Jeff, are so compelling. I was like, okay, well, we definitely need to form some kind of ad hoc group to say, because we've been through this already. As I mentioned before, we've had weather events where we've had some people. The winter storm was pretty dang bad. 4 years ago.
Well, we had loss of life in that from some of our Kerr County residents.
Right, and so how do we make sure we get to people? And there's all these great groups out there, but how do we help them identify the needs, and who needs diapers, who needs, who has those, where do we get those from, how to get them delivered to, and some kind of coordinating effort as well. But there's some gaps there. But Kyla Gazelle is here to tell us about nonprofits and what the bank offers for nonprofit groups here.
How do I operate?
You just
I'll come to it.
Just yell at it. Just yell at it.
Well, good morning.
Good morning. How are you? We haven't seen you here before for a while.
I know it has been a minute.
I know.
It's been this. I mean, the month's already come and gone.
I know.
We're already 2 weeks into August. So.
Right. Yeah.
But yes, figured we bring over some nice little nonprofit. There you go. We've got our nonprofit checking flyer in there, and that on there will go over what we have to offer as far as our nonprofits. We've got free checking accounts. Those two options will be on the back. We've got an interest-bearing account for our nonprofits. Also kind of put in there my card, Jeff's card, and then I also rotated my personal bankers, Megan and Shay. I put their cards in there. So y'all can give us a call. Y'all can swing by, email. And as long as you've got your entity docs and your 501c status, then we can get you going and set up. And
Shay is one of those people too who's already organized. She's already been leading some efforts already. I think was it the Crisis Council that she's helped out, or the DPS, or CPS. Right?
Yes,
CPS.
and then she volunteered for the backpack distribution at the Krog Center. Especially if it involves kids, like she is jumping in head first. She loves those kids, and she does everything she can within the community to help. And like you said, the Rainbow Room for the DPS, just bring in supplies for kids that when they're removed from their home, they don't have anything except for what they're holding or the clothes on their back. Right. And so we're still taking donations for that. I know she's got that Rainbow Room stocked and she keeps it organized, and her efforts are continuing in there.
Sisters in Service right now.
Writing that down right now.
They're like,
do we have her card?
Yeah, we have your card, right?
Sisters in Service, they're going to get Shay over there as well.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, they're going to recruit Shay as a member of this as well, because she's done a great job with that as well.
She has.
South Star Bank has done what in this relief effort? You've talked about it a little bit, but what are some of the things they've done to help out with the relief?
So we are still continuing to accept monetary donations into our relief fund account. We do have one set up for Kerr County and for Jameson County. We were only going to run that through the end of July, but we're continuing to get checks in the mail, people coming by. So if the need is still there, we're going to keep that open, and we're going to match it up to $25,000 between the two accounts. I think in ours, I think we're probably creeping up to 20 at this point. I'm not too sure. I'd have to look, but
I hate to say it's Williamson County.
Williamson County.
Georgetown. We have a branch in Georgetown. They had some devastation up in that area.
Absolutely, they had terrible devastation and loss of life as well.
Yeah. So if you feel led to donate to there, we'll accept. You can make that in our Kerrville branch. Just let us know you want it to go there. We can get it where it needs to go. And so we're still accepting funds for that.
Jameson's a whiskey, by the way.
Yes, it is.
And to show you where my mind is this morning.
I was kind of going, man, that sounds pretty good for a brunch.
Such an important part of what we're doing, though, as well. And this has been the banking community. I think is we've had some unsung heroes here, and you can be cynical about banks, but the reality of it is that Jeff's group, your neighbors next door, Happy, and others have all stepped up and done.
Greg stepped up tremendously. With everything. It's just like I heard you yesterday. Mayor Eichner, Mayor Blackburn, Mayor Bach. They've all stepped up and they've done things to help the community. But the banks, as soon as it came out, it was just like, we're matching funds. We're gonna donate. We're gonna match whatever's given to up to an amount,
right?
And give it to the foundation.
Right.
So that's
right.
But that's our community. It's not just the banks. It's everybody here.
Yeah.
That's the beautiful thing about Kerrville.
Absolutely. Kyla, do you play golf? It's time to start.
It's time to start because we have a charity golf tournament coming up September 29th.
I mean, if you've got a group that does not care about.
It's a scramble.
Okay. I mean, as long I can hit the ball. I can't guarantee it's going to go where it needs to go, but I can get it going.
That's all that matters. If you can just keep the ball going where you need to go, that's all that matters. I love this little pointer. By the way.
I was going to say, I saw Gene on here a while ago. We left, so I guess he gave you that.
It's kind of like Tinkerbell.
I know.
Just remember Christmas Story.
Yes, that's
You'll
true.
poke your eye out.
I'll poke my eye. All right. I'm very happy that you guys came by and let us know about this as well.
Thanks for the support, and thanks for
Yes.
calling us out to make sure that we did get over here.
Yeah,
Yes,
get over here.
I know.
I know. I'm glad you guys came by. We'll distribute these to the folks as they come through, and I appreciate it for both of you for being here.
If you need more, let us know, and we'll be able to get them here. And I'll see you Friday morning for one of the nonprofits I sit on.
Yes, that's right. That's right. The Hill Country Crisis Council is coming, by the way, today at
12
noon,
o'clock.
12 o'clock. So, and that is, you're on the board still?
I am. So I'm the past president of the board.
Right.
I guess they liked me on the board because the bylaws state that after 6 years, you have to roll off for a year. You've got to take a year off. Lori Simpson, who I met, as you call it, in my cult sect, leadership class 36.
Right, your little gang of group right there. I got you.
So Lori is the president of the board now.
Okay.
And she asked to have the bylaws amended so we can kind of work it like Rotary and have an immediate past president where you stay on as a voting member, kind of a mentor, so to say, for the president. I was unique. I was the president 3 out of my 6 years.
Wow.
And I kept getting elected. Either nobody wanted it or I think I might have done a decent job. I don't know.
I mean, you get up there and you just like, you're passionate about that organization.
It's, that is, I mean, all of them.
Yeah.
Everyone, if I'm on it or I'm not on it, I was actually told I need to quit being on them. My wife told me you're on too many at one point in time. And, but, Crisis Council was the one that I was asked, and she said that, and she goes, well, which one is it? And I told her, and she goes, you need to get off of something else and get on that.
Right.
Because that is so meaningful to the community.
Yeah, absolutely. It is meaningful to the community. What's meaningful to the community is we have nonprofits like Sisters in Service, who can step up and fill in and support other nonprofits, which is an incredibly important part. They have your golf tournament is when?
September 29th.
September 29th at Comanche Trace?
It is at Comanche Trace.
Hey, when is that prime rib thing? Is that already passed? There's some prime rib special going on at their restaurant.
They do it here and there.
I'm ready to go right now.
I've heard it's good. I really
That sounds good. We can.
Well, you can have your Whiskey Wednesday.
Yeah.
There you go.
Well, y'all can take my birthday's next month. Y'all can take me out for whiskey and
prime rib.
Prime rib.
I'm all about prime rib.
Well done.
Well done. And then, of course, we have the banks. So I appreciate all of you for being here and talking to us. But now we got to go on to other things. So
thank you, Lois.
Thank you so
You're welcome.
much.
Good job.
My card's in there if y'all will send me some information about your tournament.
Absolutely. And because we also have a men's division and Sisters in Service, so we're always looking for help.
But you don't have
and
to go to any
volunteers.
board meeting.
Yeah, you're good.
That's-
No
that's
board.
even
Your
better.
wife will like that.
Thank y'all.
good job, everybody. Thanks a lot. All right, everybody. We'll be right back with more here. Debbie's coming too. I think she brought McAllister with her too. So we'll talk to them in a minute here.
Thank y'all.
All right, we're back. I'm looking at all my stuff and trying to organize myself. What am I doing? The American Red Cross is here. Debbie's Advocate's here. And she's delightful. I always enjoy talking to Debbie. And I'm going to turn this camera towards you. Oh, nope, that's too small. That's too tall. That's too tall. We'll figure it out. We'll get it done here. Debbie's here. Good morning. How are you?
Thank you, Louis.
It's been a minute since we've talked.
It has been.
You'd be one of the people I would talk to normally about this, but I'm sure that you've had a busy time.
Yes, we have. We really have. We've really been working really hard from day one, working with government partners, community partners, and really just coming together trying to help the families and individuals during this really terrible incident that happened last month.
I mean, it's different. You've gone out to things. You've deployed to things. Richard McAllister, they've sent him places. But you never expect to have it necessarily something like this in your backyard. Would that be a fair assessment of what you're dealing with?
Oh, absolutely. It's funny. I was deployed for Helene, in North Carolina.
Right. I thought that was the case.
Yeah, and my brother and son both live in Asheville.
Oh, really?
And so we were talking after this happened, and he said, what are the odds that both of us would have a major disaster happen in our county, in our, area? So
in Asheville, I guess the fundamental difference is that the loss of life. And Asheville happened over a few days, right? I mean, it kind of just stalled out and just pounded the area. And here was just a few hours, of devastation.
Yeah. Well, and the difference there was the mountains and all the rain that hit in the mountains and just washed out,
right?
Communities.
Communities, right. And yeah, there's some. I'm seeing some of the videos too, and it's like. A woman saying, it won't get here. And then the river their rivers or creeks were like in their houses, and they'd never had seen anything like that before because the rain just wouldn't stop. And so now we are into this 6 weeks later. How is the American Red Cross doing right now?
We're doing very well. We had the initial response of helping, families. And, of course, we had a shelter open, a couple of shelters open. We were there for immediate assistance.
Yeah.
And then we're looking now at helping with long-term recovery with community partners. And, of course, our big thing now is working with the Goodwill. And as we were talking about all the stuff that people donated, and that's almost a disaster within itself.
Right.
And so...
Yeah, because you've suddenly gotten all of this material, all of this stuff, and it's like, how do you manage all that stuff? You know? And this was the previous conversation we just had.
So. Right. Well, we were lucky that we have a national agreement with Goodwill, and then locally with the San Antonio, we started working almost immediately. They said, yeah, we'll take the stuff. And I think they filled up maybe 3 or 4 trailers.
Right.
And that's where we were sending people because the Salvation Army was full. And we thought, okay, this is our opportunity to do the next level.
Right.
To help people who lost everything. We can provide them with cleaning supplies, with clothes, with all kinds of stuff. So, but our immediate need right now is actually getting volunteers to work with Goodwill to run that distribution center. And all that stuff is free to people who, lost everything, or even first responders, to volunteers who are out working. All that stuff is free.
And this is one that I was aware of, and it's just gotten to be like this. This is a movement with a Goodwill that they were like everyone was overwhelmed by the sheer amount of donations that were there. Every place I've talked to was just like, what did they? People just like clear out their garages and just dump it on us, kind of stuff. Because it was like trying to go through it and trying to figure out what is going to be good. And Goodwill's kind of come in and built like a clearinghouse almost of stuff, and people can come in and get like 25 things, a day or of stuff. So there's some good news out of that.
Yeah,
as
and
well.
what our volunteers are doing and working with Goodwill, some of their volunteers, and other community groups, is they're going through all that stuff that was donated.
Right.
And, if it's good, and in good shape, then, we're going to put it out.
Right. Give me an idea though, like what was July 4th like for you? What were you doing? Where were you?
Well, we got the call, said, hey, from Doug Thomas to say, hey, we need 2 shelters.
Yeah.
And so we opened the 2 shelters, one at Presbyterian, which I know y'all are aware of, and also at Calvary Temple. We opened both of those shelters. And that was our first, we were at the office by 8 o'clock pulling all that together.
Right. Were you, Richard McAllister, who is your meteorologist and diehard volunteer employee, whatever he is, he has long, some people say, I've never heard the term Flash Flood Alley. I've heard Richard McAllister on this show describe this as Flash Flood Alley. So, he had an idea that this could be a possibility, but I don't think anybody had an idea how bad this could possibly be.
I don't think we ever do.
Yeah.
Before I worked years ago when I worked for the Girl Scouts and I had camps, and I sort of understand where these camps come from because I used to be exec director over a camp that was close to Rock Springs, Barksdale.
Right.
In the edge of the hill country is what I called it, but we didn't have rivers, but we had creeks.
Yeah.
And it would wash out the roads.
Right.
Now, luckily enough, our campers and, we didn't ever have flooding within the camp itself, but we lost lots of docks. We lost equipment because of all that. And then the kids couldn't get in and out, or the parents, because the roads were, flooded. But never to this extent of what we dealt with, on July 4th.
And how quickly did you start seeing, one of the things that we've seen is, different organizations who have national support start rolling in resources. And what did you see as far as, your resources at the national level coming into town?
Well, first of all, our regional staff got together on the 4th, and then they started rolling in, pretty soon after that.
Yeah, right. And then what were they here to do? What were they helping you with?
Well, they were helping with the families.
Yeah.
That's what they were doing. They were helping the families. They were helping individuals. That's what they were doing, and we were working with partners.
Right. What were the days like? How long were the days, and what were they? I just recently had to do a little exercise where I started to track, the amount of hours we were spending on things, and I wasn't really paying attention to it. We were just working to get the work done. But what were your days like?
Oh, a lot of sometimes it was 7 o'clock in the morning till 9 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
And of course, if you're working the shelter, it's 24/7.
Right. And pretty quickly, though, too, like the first day, the first reunification center, which I think is fascinating, was Walmart.
Yes.
And then you got involved, and that kind of shifted it over, because I know there was a lot of people in the Calvary Temple, First Presbyterian, obviously, as well. All these churches just stepped up and were huge.
Oh.
But what was that kind of getting that standing those shelters up like? I mean, you're used to this, but what was that like for your organization, and how many volunteers showed up for you?
Well, we had a lot of volunteers show up. We did, and we have a great group of volunteers, here in the Hill Country, in the Kerrville area, who stepped up.
Right.
And even San Antonio, which our region really stepped up to help.
And then they start coming in, and how quickly were you able to get out to hunt and to the areas that are most affected?
Well, it took us a while.
Yeah.
They had the roads blocked. But one of the things I was going to say is we work directly with Tatum, and they sort of give us our marching orders. We work with the county, we work with the city. That's what we're doing, and then they make a lot of those decisions.
Right.
We don't make those decisions.
Right.
We're just here to support
the
state, the county.
Explain how does that work exactly? So I mean, how do they deal with you then? I mean, do they just say, "Hey, we need you here," or what does that look like?
That's what they did. They called and said, "We need your help."
And what did they say specifically to you as far as like,
day one it was the shelters, and then we just went from there.
Okay, so because they know that you've got the cots and you've got everything ready to set up. So when you got out to hunt, what were you tasked with then?
Well, they were mainly asking for supplies.
Okay.
Yeah, they were asking for supplies, the cots, the blankets,
right?
Those kind of things we were delivering out there.
Yeah.
And so that was really our role. Really, our role in this thing was not public facing. Mm-hmm. It was more meeting the needs of the families and individuals. That's what we do.
Right.
We're not out like the Salvation Army, everybody saw us. We were out helping people.
Right.
And I just want to emphasize that because we didn't do any fundraising. We didn't do any media releases because we were helping individuals and families.
Right.
And supporting, first responders and people.
Right. So you're kind of in the middle of it as I mean, most people think of the American Red Cross as a first responder sort of adjacent type of organization. The training that you've received through the years, how would you describe that, and how did it help you navigate this event?
Well, I'm going to move into our Shelter Heroes, which is a flyer that I gave you. Yeah. And this is a new initiative that we've started. And if we have another disaster, say in Texas or even Louisiana or anywhere in the United States, we want to recruit people ahead of time and train them ahead of time to be shelter heroes. That way they go in and learn more about how, like we teach them how to be a shelter worker, what they need, everything they need to know about being part of a shelter team.
Right.
We have people we train to be over the shelter. We have all that kind of training ahead of time so that when a disaster comes, like a lot of our volunteers had been through this shelter training.
Right. Right.
And so we're really there to prepare. Also, I don't know if you're aware, but we work with the county and city. Normally we would be a place for a point-to-point, and so that's if they have a hurricane on the coast. That Kerr County in the past has had an agreement with one of the counties on the coast where we would take people who needed a place and they would bus them here.
Right.
And so we had that kind of training with the in meetings and preparedness, like a workshop with the county to really get everybody. Kerrville Pets Alive are there, different agencies, the city. What's going to happen if we have to bus them? Where are we going to house them? So that's where First Methodist and Calvary Temple came in. They were our place already set up for if we had to do a point-to-point.
Right. And that's the heavy lifting that goes on with these organizations. How much training do you require of these volunteers?
Well, a lot of times we'll do a shelter training, which will be a whole day. Yeah. Which we talk about every part of being a shelter, working in a shelter.
Right.
We have volunteers we train to do all kinds of stuff. Like, Richard's been through a lot of training with, communications.
Right.
And other things. So we have a training for almost everything. But the main thing is, right now, we're probably going to have a hurricane on the coast. Mm-hmm. And so we want to recruit people, and I have the information on your thing on Shelter Heroes, and you go to redcross.org/Shelter Heroes. Or if you have, and then the other thing, of course, is our Goodwill Distribution Center. We really urgently need volunteers.
Okay, right.
And so, again, that's bit.ly/Kerrville Goodwill to sign up.
And here's another one of those just lo-fi. There it is. There's the QR code if you want to scan
QR
that,
code.
folks.
Yep.
But this is an important one for people to understand how, because this is part of that relief effort. Is we're going to be going through this for quite some time.
Yeah. Well, it's like you were talking earlier about this isn't our, disasters are going to continue to happen.
Right.
That's the reason we need to be prepared as a community, as a county, as a state. We need to be prepared in how we can provide training to help people be prepared.
Right. The one thing I think that we were talking about before with Sisters in Services here previously, they're a nonprofit that supports other nonprofits, and they saw some challenges that were facing. Mm-hmm. Everybody was just so hit hard by the generosity of people.
Oh,
as
yes.
you mentioned, it was a disaster unto its own for some organizations. Like, how do we manage this?
Yeah.
The logistics of a truck showing up. I don't have a forklift. How am I gonna get all this stuff out of here? It feels like we need to have like a breakdown at the end here as a community and say, well, how can we coordinate better in the future? I mean, you're kind of leading that role on the shelter side, but you're in it, and you're not thinking about your mission. Mm-hmm. But I feel like there should be some other group here is like, well, how do we help? What if they need something? What if American Red Cross needs something?
Yeah.
We've got it. You need diapers? We got it. Get it to the American Red Cross. They need it right now. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, those are things that I think that we're going to have to look at because, like I said, it'll be in my 6 years here, we've had some kind of disaster almost every year. Mm-hmm. Of the winter storm is another classic example of how problematic it was.
Oh, absolutely. And we're going to have those. I mean, it's just all over the country. I mean, I listen to a briefing every morning, and they talk about all the disasters, all
mm-hmm.
the wildfires. Of course, last year I think it was 4 wildfires that the Red Cross responded to.
Yeah, right. You shoved Richard up to like West Texas for like a month, right? Yeah.
Well, even here, in Gillespie County and in Bandera County, we had 17 acres that burned, and I think 7 or 8 houses that they were completely gone, and the Red Cross was there immediately.
Right. Yeah, I kind of joke about this a little bit, but it's sort of true. Like, this storm was awful, but at least you didn't have ash rain down on your head, for at days on end, which is just air quality where you can't breathe. At least it kind of cleared out. And the weather sort of allowed us to recover a little bit, but man, fires are gross. So
yeah, it's just terrible. I mean, the LA fire, Red Cross was there.
Yeah.
I mean, like right now they're having fires in the LA area.
Right. Okay, so you 6 weeks into this thing.
Uh-huh.
Now you have to think about. Do you have to think about fundraising? Do you have to think about your chapter? What do you need? What do you need? How do we help you? I mean, or is that all the national organization does that? Worries about that for you?
Well, what we need, is our normal everyday fundraising. I mean, we've raised a lot of. The Red Cross across the country has raised a lot of money for this disaster, but we have our everyday.
Right.
I mean, as we've talked, and on Richard's talk, our number one is home fires, and in this last year. It's been the wildfires. Mm-hmm. And so that's the kind of stuff we need is ongoing support and volunteers who will support our everyday operations.
Right. The volunteer effort is never, everyone said that too. It's like, hey, we need volunteers because we need to have these gaps filled and things like that. And so if someone wants to, the Shelter Heroes is one part, but just everyday things, what are some of the programs you're still offering as far as helping people become volunteers?
Well, one of the things that we do on a basis, and Richard's done this a lot, is be Red Cross ready, helping prepare people to be ready for a disaster.
Right.
And the other thing is we do programs in the schools called Prepared per Pedro, where we help kids be prepared and also support them, during whatever's happened here. We have a program that'll help those kids.
Right.
We need volunteers to help do those programs.
Right.
And we need volunteers to help, organize supplies. There's a lot of stuff. And of course, our DAP volunteers, which is Disaster Action Team volunteers, are the ones that go out on home fires. And we usually go out in twos. So we need people to volunteer to help us with that.
Right. Right.
And then, of course, board members.
Right.
As always.
Is your board full right now? Do you need more?
No, I need a couple more from Kerrville, actually.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
We need to find some people for you.
Yes, I do.
Pick some people for you.
Yes.
All right. Let me find some people for you. I'll figure it out. I got some people in mind.
Okay, great.
There's some folks who they have idle. They're idle right now.
Yeah.
So we'll figure it out for you.
And then, of course, urgent need is the Volunteers for Goodwill.
Okay. What is the best part about being a part of the American Red Cross in your estimation?
It is being a part of an organization that helps people every day.
Okay.
I mean, it's not just disasters, which everybody thinks about, but it's helping the volunteers in their worst day, whether it's a home fire or a flood or a tornado or whatever. And we've had all those in our jurisdiction.
Yeah, right. How do you, though, what kind of support do you provide? I mean, yourself. I mean, I can't imagine the amount of hours you put into this thing. How do you support your volunteers emotionally, mentally, physically? Because I know some people they put everything into it. They've worked so many hours.
Oh, a lot of it's just thanking people and saying when you look at them and they're tired, I said, you got to take a break.
Yeah.
And take care of yourself.
Right.
And that's what they tell us as a staff. You got to take care of yourself.
Right.
You need a day off, take it off.
Right.
And maybe it's listening to music or whatever, we try to really help people say, hey, whatever your relaxation, do it. It's
right.
running or if it's walking or whatever, if it's going to church, having a devotional, whatever, whatever works for them to help them release.
It's such an important element of this too. And I think we take for granted the work that you guys do a lot of the times as well. And that I think we as a society, we just think, well, American Red Cross will be there.
Yeah. But when we have even a home fire and they call in, they're going to talk to a real person.
Right.
And we have, if they need medical needs, we have people, nurses on call. We have mental health, and we have spiritual care for every
right.
disaster that we have,
right.
whether it's small or whether it's large.
It's vitally important as well. Well, I'm glad you're here, Debbie.
Well, thank you.
I'm glad that you're in our community. I'm disappointed that McAllister didn't stick around. I had questions for that guy, but he's busy running around doing things.
Louis, I also want to thank you for everything you did during all this time. I mean, your coverage was amazing.
Thank you very much.
And I was watching it every day and reading it, and we just appreciate everything you and the lead has done to help our community.
I appreciate it very much. Well, Debbie, thank you so much for being here, and thanks for what you do. We're going to take a break, and then the great and powerful Becky Etzler is going to show up here and talk about the Riverside Nature Center, one of our great organizations that needs our help. We'll be right back with more after this. All right. We're back. Episode 1000. Becky Etzler is on it. That seems to be a good thing for us as a society to have Becky here. I've said it before, folks, that I'm worried about Becky. Did you know that?
You're worried about me?
Well, as I said before, I mean, you play your organization plays a critical role in our community, and I'm grateful that the Riverside Nature Center is here. And you suffered some significant damage, and what's hard to realize, and I think it was one of the more sobering moments that we had in the flood story, was that I stood there in the bottom of the river trail, just kind of below the Francisco Lemos Bridge, and I saw just realizing that the water was up in your building.
Yeah.
From that spot.
Yes.
So I don't know exactly the height of that, but it's 40 feet probably from there, from the bottom there to the top of where your building is at.
Yeah.
So it's kind of near the floodplain necessarily, but it showed you how much water came up in just a few short hours.
Yeah.
And it's incredible to think about.
Yeah. I mean, I was at home that morning and looking at everything on Facebook and going, oh my gosh, this is not good, just like everybody else was. But pretty confident in, the Nature Center is going to be sitting high and dry. And something in the back of my head, just that little niggle, I said, no, I got to get in the car. I need to drive out there. And it was probably around 8:30 and didn't even get all the way into the parking lot and saw, our railroad ties look like matchsticks. They were just upended and all over the place. And I said, oh, okay, this is not good.
Yeah.
We've had some major water through here. And the further back I got into the property, it was just,
because not only were you facing the river, you were facing the Town Creek was
right,
going.
Right.
And it had flooded out Gibson's parking lot.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like it had come down and went through the, the Mosties garage there.
Yeah.
That's where I got my car stuck in the mud there. And then also that backflow from the river up Town Creek.
Right.
So you faced kind of you were flanked almost by that as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
I've talked to a couple, civil engineers and stuff, and who knows, but I think we've survived floods in the past. I've stood there on the grounds and I've watched water lap over the Francisco Lemos Bridge.
Yeah.
And nothing.
We would expect, because it's not necessarily the highest bridge in the world.
Right.
But yeah.
Right. But I think this time, just the sheer amount of water, but the fact that, the bridge acted as a dam. I mean, there was just so much debris under it and over it that the water, it's going to go lateral.
Right.
And so, it's unfortunate in many, 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 many respects. But something though, you always try to look for silver linings. And the thing that really struck me was that next Saturday, just the amount of people. We didn't put out a call of action. I called my board of directors and said, okay, tomorrow we're going to start just a small crew. Let's get in there and see what's going on.
But that board's pretty spot on.
Pretty connected. And before I knew it, we had 60 people there Saturday. And what was able to be accomplished in a short amount of time. So that was just amazing. It was very humbling to know that, people that we're not even typically not associated with, but they were strangers. People that just came up and said, oh, the Nature Center, I want to help.
Right.
And of course, open arms and everybody, pitched in. But it was interesting enough, though, that the amount of debris
the organic debris that came onto the property. And of course, everybody's mindset is, we want to clean it. We want to get everything clean. We want it to look, pristine. But being a nature center, we kind of took a different, outlook on it, and had to kind of coach volunteers to say, listen, let's not cart all of this organic material out of here.
Let's leave some of it.
Let's leave some of it.
Right.
Exactly. So, getting people to use it as mulch, and I'm not talking, large logs or things like this, because we're upland. We're not talking about, a riparian zone. We needed to get trees, the cypress that had landed up on our property.
Yeah.
We needed to get them out of there.
Right.
And things. But all of that aquatic plant material, and just small leaves, grasses, things like that, just, vegetation
Right.
that came up. It was in the trees, it was on the bushes, it was all over our fence that had been knocked out. And so I had people picking it off the fences, put it in wheelbarrows, bringing it back up, and then tucking it underneath bushes, tucking
Wow.
it in the garden, and things like that. So today, our gardens are on steroids. I mean, and I can't, I'm not a horticulturist, and I can't say proof positive, but it seems to me that, just getting water isn't the only thing that's happening at the nature center.
Yeah, because Katie Kappel made the point that there's some stuff happening out there with all that debris, that the gardens are kind of exploding.
They have.
Yeah.
They have. I mean, this time last year, we were posting signs all over the place, brown is the new green.
Yeah, right.
And
Deal with it.
yeah, exactly. We are so green and so lush right now. I don't know what it's going to look like at the end of September. But if we keep getting, these rains that we have been, then, we'll be in good shape. But I really honestly believe that nutrient kind of inoculation that we were able to give to the soil from the floodwaters really had, a beneficial effect.
One of the like I said, I'm worried about you because, there was significant damage to the center.
Yeah.
Have you been able to go through and say, well, how much? I think the first day I went in there with you said maybe $500,000. What do you think the damage was now?
Yeah. Kind of came off that figure a little bit, once I was able to really assess. But I mean, not far off. I mean, we're probably, looking at $200,000 to $300,000.
Yeah.
I mean, an annual budget. That's our annual budget.
Yeah, right.
And so and we're in the process of repair. The main visitor center. We have got our walls back up. Baseboards back in, and everything. So we should be, fingers crossed, we should be looking at 1st of September opening for our main building. But unfortunately, it was the Lawson store and our nature lab that suffered the big the big impact. We had probably about 2 inches of water in the main building, but those other buildings, it was over 4 feet, of water.
Wow.
Yeah. And just, and that's where we house a lot of our materials, our education materials, and, kind of used them as classroom /storage. So,
and the collateral damage of this too is that, as Katie mentioned too, is that a lot of nonprofits don't have their own space, so they use you guys as a space.
Exactly.
So.
And so it was unfortunate. We had to tell all of our partner organizations and such, you're going to need temporary housing, for your board meetings and things like that. And other places were able to open up and offer. I mean, we have Tuesday morning yoga classes,
right?
And we were just getting ready to do a qigong class on Monday mornings.
Wow!
And so that was all put, on hold until we're hoping, September.
So my worry was always like, okay, look, that's your operating budget that's going back to recovery. Mm-hmm. But we need to ensure the long-term viability of this facility because, this is one of those places that is one of those little gems. I think it's like the heart of our greater, river trail complex. And, it's an important spot on the river. What do we need to do to make sure you're recovered? Are we raising money? Have you gotten grants? What are we doing?
Well, the community has really come out and support us well. I mean, we have gotten donations that will cover the most, if not, probably not all. Well, I know not all,
right.
But a good majority of the actual damaged repair. So we were able to take advantage of the lift fund that was available. Mm-hmm. We qualified for funding with them. The funding through the Chamber of Commerce. We were able to get some proceeds, some of those donations.
Right.
As a matter of fact, this morning I just got off the phone with FEMA coordinator.
Oh, okay.
And so I'm going to be, meeting with them. I don't know how that, will go.
Yeah, right.
But we're in the application, process of that. So there's avenues for, down the road to recoup some of this. And hopefully, the Nature Center isn't going anywhere.
Yeah.
I mean, what it come hell or high water? Well, the high water came, and so we're waiting for the other, right?
Right. Well, I mean,
So-
I just like I said, the three nonprofits I worried about the most, was the Dietert Center, which suffered
Yes.
some significant damage.
Yes.
Obviously, the Hill Country Arts Foundation suffered major damage as well. And, all three of you play a vital role in our community's, story.
Yeah.
And I think that's something that we got to look at here. And when you take a step back, how do we discuss the river in the future? How do we got a powerful reminder of its power.
Sure. Sure.
But how do we discuss it, interpretively?
I'm just trying to think where you're going with this.
How do we talk about it?
Sure. I mean,
scientifically, this is going to be something that people are going to talk about for generations.
Absolutely. There's different, ideas. The river is Kerrville.
Right.
I mean, let's just face it. I mean, we wouldn't be here, and we wouldn't be the way that we are without the history of the river. But people are saying, well, floodplains and being able to build it within floodplains, and yes, this has historically been, things are just right up there. Through a conservation, goggles.
Right.
That might not be the best, for humans or the river. Mm-hmm. And so, but that's prized property, and so there's this whole different kind of mindset. How you do perceive it. Is it property rights and issue? Mm-hmm. Is it an economic issue? Just logically, you would think, nobody expected this intense of a flood,
right?
But it did happen, and it's not to say that it couldn't happen again,
right?
And so, do we repeat this process? Do we then rebuild and then repeat? So, I think people have maybe, as before, might not have had such a strong respect.
Right.
For the might of the river. Although, let's just look down the road to Canyon Lake, and, when the gorge was excavated out with, those floodwaters. I mean, it's just, that sheer power, is incredible, and it's unfathomable, to many people. And so I think we got a big taste of reality. And I think that going forward, we need to really be very mindful of that and respect the river. We could get into, a lot of ecological concepts that, maybe the flooding wouldn't have been as damaging if there had been, more riparian buffers, and things like that. There's studies and there's proof to that. But, hindsight, right? It's just 2020. And so, maybe hopefully moving forward, there'll be, a lot more mindful reconstruction.
Here's an interesting thing that I want to share with you that we got sent to us. Here's a quote from this periodical. The streams of Texas are erratic and exhibit the same character of flow as those at the southern end of the Appalachian Mountains in the Carolinas, Georgia, and Alabama due to the enormous heavy rainfall at irregular intervals and the rapid runoff account on steep slopes. Added to this is the fact that at no period of the year is the surface protected from erosion by freezing, as in the case of the north. For this reason, soil erosion is one of the most important factors which must be taken into consideration in the location of storage reservoirs.
Sure.
This was written in 1921.
Uh-huh. And have we learned this lesson?
Right.
Yeah.
And the headline then was, this is out of the flood in 1921, that basically led to San Antonio saying, hey, we got to get control of this. And really nobody listened until they finally had another flood, and then they put in the Riverwalk to control, some of the flooding that was there. But this guy wrote, a story in 1921 that the watershed management was degraded because of, in fact, here's one thing, to achieve this beneficial end required the restoration of the heavily logged areas that left large barren swaths of the plateau and escarpment. At the same time, it was essential to implement rigorous regulation of the hill country's overworked rangelands.
Right.
Led to the, which have been hit hard during World War I as government incentives, led to the increase of cattle, goat, and sheep. Resulting environmental depopulation had led to the extreme soil erosion and high levels of silting. This was according to the San Antonio Express News in 1921.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean,
we've been combating this, for decades.
I mean, this is the thing that's interesting about this. If you want to blame somebody for this disaster, well, you can blame World War I. Because what happened? We put goats and sheep to work.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you could go down that. Yeah. I mean,
it's
industrialized farming and agriculture. Yeah. It plays a big role. I mean, and that's one of the things, with and you've spoken to the Grahams and the regenerative farming and such, and that's something that, of course, the Nature Center, absolutely supports and advocates is just a more natural and mindful way of ranching. And I think that we're seeing that. I mean, it's the mohair production and things were, part of our history. And I think, that's where we are, and it's a cultural heritage. But I think that newer generations are realizing, I'm not able to, do this in that fashion. Right. And so,
I mean, it's clear, there's many elements to the story, and this is this is why I get frustrated sometimes with my colleagues in the national media, where they come in and they're like, very, blame oriented.
Yes.
It's almost like built into their DNA to find who there was someone's at fault here. Well, it's actually much more complicated than that.
Yeah. I mean, and I hadn't planned on sharing this, but day 1, 2, 3 after the flood, there were national media and stuff coming in, and they would come up to the Nature Center, and they wanted to talk to me, and it's happening, what's the impact and everything. But then invariably they're like, well, that the whole blame game, and could this have been avoided, and and 3 different times I said, stop, you can go. Because this is not the time to do that.
Yeah.
This just if that's your agenda, then I don't want any part of it.
Right. Well, I mean, and that's the thing too, is like the end of the day, there's so many. This is what makes the Riverside Nature Center's place in this important as a repository for this conversation going forward of what role does the river play, in our story, in our recovery, in our healing. Is it appropriate? I've mentioned this to you before. Or I don't know if I've talked about this or not, but I got very frustrated with certain members of the media. Some people in the community don't want to hear me say this, but one of the guys that was pushing a narrative that I didn't agree with happened to be, somebody that was with NBC News, and there was also an ABC News reporter who was doing the same thing. And I said, I don't subscribe to that story. The Code Red story is what we were talking about.
Right.
I go, the big story is, will Texas continue to allow development in the floodplain and the floodway?
Right.
Now in the city, you don't get to do that as easily, but where we had loss of life was grandfathered in to do that in the city. Every person that died inside the floodway. And so, or near the floodway, I should say. And so that's the conversation that needs to happen. That's the bigger story, and is the meteorology there? Was the National Weather Service able to do its job? And I don't know the answer to that question at this point, and we're going to look into that. But it's such a broader context.
Yeah.
Like I read to you just a minute ago, 1921. Hey, you've got your hillsides are denuded because of critters. We can see that. You can go out and look at these game reserves, and you can say, "Oh, look, they got some goat in there that ate everything."
I mean, there are solutions, and nobody's saying that, property has to be taken away from people. Yeah. But maybe the management of that property, it's looked at or it's treated a little differently. Yeah. Like I said, the river is always going to be our lifeblood. It provides our water, and our drinking water, everything. Yeah. Recreation, just it's Kerrville, it's Kerr County and beyond. And people are, will it heal? Will we, at some point, is it going to come back? Are we going to see, cypress trees along it? Maybe not exactly. No, it's not going to come back exactly.
Right.
If we could all go away and leave it alone, nature's going to take care of itself, and it's going to heal itself.
Nature is going to take care of itself. You're exactly right.
It is. But we can hasten that recovery. Yeah. We can make it happen a little faster. I don't think we're going to see it in our lifetime, you or I. Yeah. But you don't plant a tree for yourself.
Right.
It's history. I mean, it's the future that you're doing that for. So, can we speed up the recovery process? We absolutely can. But is that for what purpose? Just so that we can build again right there?
Right.
I don't know. Conservation easements, a lot of people think that's, nasty, dirty government words, but they're not. And Riverside Nature Center needs to have a program so people will have a better understanding about what these easements are.
Right.
But to be able to have a riparian corridor that is protected will far more benefit all the residents.
I heard some mild criticism of the riparian, kind of the little confabs we had over a 3-day period. That, you're trying to tell private property people what to do with their property. And I didn't think that was the case at all.
Yeah, absolutely not.
What was your assessment of those?
We were, pretty integral in pulling, the 3
Organizations.
events.
Yeah, events together, right.
The events that we had in Center Point, Kerrville, and Ingram. And Riverside Nature Center thought it was, important. I am not an expert. I knew that I could not stand up there, and help property owners with riparian, recovery.
Right.
But we have the network, and we're able to bring in, just wonderfully knowledgeable people. And so Texas Riparian Association, the just Hill Country Alliance, just you name it. I mean, it was Steve Nelly, who is our Texas riparian guru. These folks came together to be able to offer property owners an alternative,
right?
And nobody said this is what you have to do. It's just if this is something that you would be, willing to even consider, then these are opportunities. This is what you can do. And this all spurred because we were actually being contacted and by, river property owners saying,
right.
We've got this. What do we do? They're seeing things that are just being raised, just everything, just scraped down to the ground and taken away. And instinctively, people knew that's probably not in our best interest.
Right.
And so what should we do? So then, these events, took place and some, promotion, well, not promotional, but informational and educational materials were put together. I mean, lightning speed were these things put together. Information that probably should have taken 6 months to develop was, in a week's time. And that's not to say that they were thrown together. By no means. These were, impactful and studied
right.
Information. But, and we're going to further that. They're not one-offs. I mean, we're going to have more workshops, more in-depth, information for folks. But, in no way was it intended, nor do I think it did, infringe on anybody's sensibilities or their rights.
I thought it was so sort of even tempered, for the most part. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. So
yeah.
I mean, it was something there that was critically important. All right, we could go on and on forever, but tell me though, like, what is the Run for Riverside's not going to happen?
Well, yeah, Run for Riverside is our annual 5K. We had it planned for September the 13th. It's always that second Saturday in September. And we run it on the river trail. Yeah. So obviously, our course is gone. And for now. Right. So we're talking with Jay over at Parks and Recreation, and we're hoping that we're going to run at Kerrville Shriner.
Okay.
And we don't have a date yet, but looking like probably the beginning of November.
Might be a little cooler.
Yeah, it'll be. Yeah, so it might even be a better opportunity.
You do like a little trail run.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna probably stay on the road because our runners, a lot of them have strollers and a lot of them are walkers. They may be they're not true 5Kers.
5Kers, yeah.
Yeah.
There's some elevation changes up there.
There is some elevation change.
You can do it. That's a good. I like that.
I think we're going to be able to do it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So not canceled by any means, but postponed.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been very odd not having any of our programs for the last 2 months.
I know. I was kind of into I was always like ready to go do the Ned Talk.
Yes. Yeah. Well, September. Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe we should do like an informal Ned Talk here at some point.
We could.
We could. Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely.
All right. All right. We'll figure it out.
I wanted to show my T-shirt.
Yeah.
I'm in the wrong place.
You got it right there. Yeah, we can see it. Wait.
Can you see it?
Yeah. We can see it.
Yeah. So we've got our Kerrville Strong Riverside Nature Center,
I hate
T-shirt.
to kind of like zoom in on this, but we're going to go ahead and do it.
Can you get it?
Yeah. Well.
Yeah.
Let me get it. There we go. Boom. There it is.
There it is.
Yeah.
Yes.
I love it. Are those available for sale?
They are available for sale. Yes.
Okay.
So we will, like I said, September 1 is our target date to open, and
we'll have T-shirts and all kinds of new things available. You know, we were right in the middle of putting up our new exhibit on ecosystem services, and so that's been kind of delayed, but we'll get that up and running. And there's, you know, you can knock us down, but you're not going to keep us down.
No, absolutely not. You cannot contain you.
No.
So, all right.
No.
Good job.
Thanks.
Thanks for being here.
No, I appreciate it.
All right. Appreciate it. Becky Utzer from the Riverside Nature Center is here. And good to have you here. Anthony Teague is getting ready to join us here. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back with more here on The Lead Live, our 1000th episode. Thank you, Becky.
You're very welcome.
We'll be right back.
Okay.
If you guys don't know or not know this, but this gentleman here that's going to be on the show here momentarily, Anthony Teague, is probably one of the most talented people you'll ever meet. And he's got a great story. Quality person. And then he's introducing us to Baylor Rain. Is that right? Okay. I'm glad you guys are both here. So here's a true story, Anthony. One, you can sing show tunes. Are you in production at anything right now, or are you just solely focused on Prodigal Road?
I'm solely focused on Prodigal Road and nursing 2 days a week. So.
But that's hard for us to admit because you're so gifted at performing. You know, I mean, I realize that you're doing your work, but you're so gifted at performing, and I've enjoyed watching you through the years. Matilda was the first one I think I saw you perform. True story, the day before the 4th of July, your founders were speaking. You were not able to make that particular event. It was a small networking group at the Inn of the Hills. And I was there as a guest of Keely Herod. And she wanted me to come and remind me their names again.
Wayne and Susan Johnson.
Wayne and Susan Johnson. And they talked about you, and they said you couldn't be there, which was disappointing because I knew that we were going to do Nonprofit Week, and I wanted to reconnect, and because you've been involved with Nonprofit Week for the last couple of years. That was July 3rd. And then the next day, we had July 4th. And we all know what that means. And, you know, this is... Your world is in the recovery community, which is deeply layered with mental health. And has the flood changed your organization in any way?
I think you can't be in this community and not be changed in some capacity. You know, the work that we do, we're dealing with a lot of people that are coming out of trauma. They've already been through trauma.
Right.
And so when you take, secondary trauma that's going on in the community that people are experiencing just by way of driving down the road or hearing stories, or it affecting people they work with, or it affecting their places of work, things of that nature, you're gonna see trauma kind of make a ripple effect through the community. And so,
right.
Our personal ministry, we are super blessed in the sense of that day I was actually in Pennsylvania on vacation. and I got a text message from one of our guys in our house, and he had stepped out on our front porch and taken a picture of the field between us and Arcadia Loop, and there was water in the field.
Yeah.
And I knew immediately something was amiss whenever we could see the water from our front porch.
Right. And that is something like you're right there on Arcadia Loop. And did you have any damage in your house, or was everything okay?
No, we were absolutely 100% blessed. And so, yeah, we're grateful.
The thing that's interesting about this to me, though, like you mentioned trauma. This is I've gotten to know people here in the last, few years who I just consider to be rocks of everything, and just watch them cry. They either knew somebody or they had a neighbor who was impacted in some way. I didn't know what to say half the time. But did that impact any of your residents, or how did you guys cope with this?
So I think the first thing that we always do is we remember that our God never changes.
Yeah.
And that He's a good Father. He's always a provider. And so we've really just, one of the things that the Lord revealed to me is one of the reasons I was allowed to be away from the community when this happened is so that I was in a season of rest. Mm-hmm. And so when I came back, I'm now in this season where a lot of people are really, really tired. They're exhausted. They've been pouring out. And I was able to come back, and now I'm kind of like that second wind, and I've been able to do some things and help in some areas where everyone else was already boots on the ground from day one. But I didn't get back from vacation till like about a week after, and then had another travel event right after that. So I had some time to be kind of separated. But the guys have just been. I mean, they immediately plugged into Cross Kingdom. They went and helped with the distribution center. We've been going out. We did some flood relief across the street from the little furniture store that's right there on the bend going out towards Hunt.
Right.
We were able to do some of that. And so the guys have really been only by the grace of God. I really see that because of our being adamant about the foundation of our ministry being the Word of God and being a relationship with Christ. So we've seen our guys have a really unique response to this event in the sense of they've been very resilient. Mm-hmm. And it's been really neat to see how it's actually brought us closer. Right. It's brought us closer with our churches that we attend, because our guys attend all different churches. We're actually going to be hosting an event for 3 days. We're just going to be hosting the presence of God in our house. We're clearing out all the furniture out of our living room. It's called The River Remains. And we're going to go from midnight the night of the 28th until midnight the night of the 31st. And it's going to just be 3 days of nonstop worship. And we just wanted to provide a place where people could just come and not have to talk and just be in the presence of God and just worship and spend time together, because that's what we've seen has worked with us.
Right.
Our men, like whenever they've gotten traumatized, whenever they've been feeling the weight, Baylor will just break out the guitar and we'll just worship. And it talks very clearly about praising in the storm. So
tell me, reset us again about how Prodigal Road started with you and the Johnsons, and tell us about that effort.
Yeah. So my personal story is I had a radical shift in my life. God caused a revelation to me of some trauma that I had been through as a child. And out of that trauma, there were a lot of things internally that kind of got twisted up. And the enemy just loves to come in and he rides on trauma, and he comes in and he just plants seeds of doubt and lies. And so out of my own experience back in 2022, in March of 2022, I gave my life back to the Lord. I got radically saved, and I wanted to provide a place where men could, if they're in recovery or they're seeking a relationship with the Lord, we kind of modeled the social model of recovery, which is what you see in most sober living homes here in Kerrville, with a Christian discipleship model.
Right.
We're the only ones that are doing that. It's a very unique model. We're actually also the only accredited Texas Recovery Oriented Housing Network recovery home in the community. And so we founded that.
To be accredited like that, how important is that for your organization?
It's only important in the sense of it helps us know that we had a body that's an accrediting body that got the blessing of the government that said, we trust you Trone is the name of the organization. We trust you, Trone, to tell us whether or not the homes that are operating are doing everything that's industry standard.
Right.
And so it's not important in the sense of, the only importance to us was that we wanted to make sure that what we're doing is actually going to provide the best results.
Right.
So we wanted to make sure our men were being served.
And so, so the journey you had gone through this trauma yourself. There's a lot with your story to unpack itself, but it led you where? How did you get into you were the Salvation Army for a little bit, but this is something that I knew you were working on, you were percolating on.
Yeah. So I had this download from the Lord. I really felt like the vision was actually planted while I was still in my addiction.
Yeah.
But I got plugged into a church here in Kerrville, Cross Kingdom Church, back in 2022. And that's how I met Wayne and Susan. They invited me to their small group and we just started talking. I started sharing with them kind of, hey, I have this dream of having a men's Christian sober living home.
Right.
And so we started talking about that. What would that entail? And we had lots of time in the car, and so we talked about it for several months, and then we started praying.
Right.
And the Lord told us to steer away from calling it sober living and do Christian discipleship, because we want to help men that are not necessarily. You don't have to have a drug or alcohol addiction to come into our program. We do help men that are that have had some sort of addiction in their background. So whether it's technology, we've had men come in with technology addiction, pornography addiction, whatever the case may be. But we help these men work through the core traumas of what's kind of led them down these roads.
Right. And then standing up Prodigal Road, how long did that take? What was the journey on that one?
So we had a really unique journey. We had to apply for our 501c3, and everybody was telling us it would take. Our CPA was telling us it would take about 6 to 8 months. We applied and we got a letter 25 days later, and we thought it was a letter saying we had received your application, but it was actually a letter saying, hey, your 501c3 has been approved. So we had a very unique journey.
It was quick, right?
It was quick. Yeah, it was very quick. And so God's been kind of moving us. Sometimes we say we're trying to catch up with what God's doing because he's just blessed everything that we've been doing. And I really believe it's because it's not our idea. It's not something we're doing. It's something he gave us to steward. And I think that when we steward that correctly, I think that's every organization in town. When something is given by God and you steward it correctly, God can breathe on it.
Right.
And so that was our unique experience, is that God just came in and he just breathed.
Right.
And we've seen radical and exponential growth in what we're doing.
Right. And then that led you to the home. Right. And how long did that take for you guys to set that up?
So we had been told about the home in August of 2023. And in November of 2023, our first resident had moved to town. We knew he was going to be moving in, but he had moved into another living situation. And I felt like the Lord said, whenever he gets to town, the house is going to be ready. Well, I'd seen the inside of the house. I had seen the renovation that was happening and what needed to happen. And so I didn't think that was possible, but they pulled it off. And so we actually moved into the home, myself and our first resident, in November of 2023. And we officially launched the home on January 1st at midnight. We did a New Year's Eve party into New Year's Day on January 20 of 2024. And so we've been a home since January 1st of 2024. And we've helped, gosh, I think we're going on 26 men. Not all of those have succeeded. Some of them have come in and found out that what we're doing is not quite a good fit for them. But we've had some really, really awesome success stories of families being reunited. And we're actually about to graduate our third. It's going to be our second and third graduate of the full 1-year discipleship program.
Wow, great. Yeah. And introduce us to Baylor.
So Baylor is our assistant manager. Baylor was actually a resident of mine when I was managing a home for Robert Duncan. Robert Duncan owned a couple of recovery homes here in town, and I was managing a home for him, and Baylor was one of my residents. And Baylor was in a different spot in his life at that point, but I'll let Baylor tell you kind of how he came about.
Yeah, well, I'd gone to treatment coming out of a rather extensive methamphetamine addiction. And I got out of treatment, and I was still figuring out what my journey of recovery would look like. I'd been honestly hurt a little bit in the church, and was processing through some of that and some of the ways that we get our eyes on people instead of, beyond them. Right. And so, I started working just the 12 steps, and there's at one point in the 12 steps where, you're asking God to take defects of character. Mm-hmm. And the defects of character I was interested in surrendering at that moment was mostly just my methamphetamine addiction.
Yeah.
And I just didn't anticipate that he was going to keep going, and he was going to keep going after little wounds and unmet needs throughout my life, from growing up without a father. And he sure did. He kept going. He kept peeling back layers of that onion, kind of the way that I put it. And after that, it was about a year and a half after I had initially met Anthony, and God kept kind of taking me deeper into the whole, like, you have wounds, your church hurt, and you need to deal with that. And ended up getting connected with him. That was 18 or so months ago now.
Yeah, and I want to say, like, Baylor had a massive like God experience in the sense of, like, whenever he interviewed, I'll never forget. I didn't want to be involved in the interview process because I actually, I had some really hard things, some hard accountability for Baylor when he was in our previous home, or in the home I previously managed. And so I had told the board, I want y'all to decide to make sure it's really the Lord. And when Baylor came in, he had such a massive experience. It was so evident that God was working on his heart. And when he came in, if you would have told me that Baylor was going to be my assistant manager when he first moved in, I would have laughed at you.
Right.
I just didn't feel like that was something that he was called to. But I've seen such a massive shift. And one thing that I want to highlight that he said is that he had some father wounds, and that's what we're in the business of doing. Is we're raising up kingdom fathers, and we're going after their relationship with the heart of the Father, and really, really working on that with their earthly fathers and helping them understand how their relationship with their heavenly Father is going to be very proportional to their relationship with their earthly father.
Because, defeating or overcoming, I don't know if you ever truly defeat it, but just managing or overcoming a methamphetamine addiction is so difficult. What was the trigger for you to, I got to get out of this,
I just came across a picture recently that my mother had sent me from, like, the depth of my addiction, and I just recently put those two pictures up side by side, and it was like, oh, that's why.
Yeah.
It's obvious the way that drug in particular will wither you away. It won't kill you quick; it'll kill you slow.
Yeah. Yeah. It just eats you away.
Yep.
Yeah. It just does horrible things to you. And so that picture was like, maybe here's what you look like now, and here's what you look like before, or what was that like?
Yes. It was a before and after.
And then we're talking about accountability. So this guy was tough on you. What was that like?
Well, so I was a little bit messy. I was still doing music full time.
Yeah.
When I first met him and when I first got out of treatment, and regarded just according to the flesh, like, the band was doing well.
Yeah.
Things from the way it looked, everything was going well. I was off crystal meth, so that was good. I never went back to that.
Yeah.
But I was still playing with alcohol and weed and other things like that, and not while I was in the house, but as soon as I wasn't, I didn't have that level of accountability.
Right.
So it was like, I can do that. And I was still extremely messy, to the extent where it's like, I'd come in from a show late at night, and I was tired. It had been a emotionally exhausting day, and so I would just kind of throw my stuff on the floor. And then Anthony the next day would come and be like, "What the heck?" You know?
Right.
And I don't think I anticipated that we would be here either.
Yeah,
honestly.
Well, and Baylor and I, we talked about, like, the fact that he, I've brought a lot in the sense of like I am a little bit OCD when it comes to cleanliness and order.
Right.
And so that's something that I hope that I've imparted some to Baylor. I've seen him change a lot, but one thing that he's imparted to me is patience, like the ability to really just like let people be in their process and be patient with them in their process and not be so rigid and having to be like feel like I have to be the one to fix it.
Right. Are you gonna be like you're like that guy? We all know those people too. Like you put this down here, this piece of paper down on the floor here, and you're like, I just throw it down, and like you're gonna pick that up. You're gonna pick that up. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's me.
And then Baylor's like, I'll get to it, man.
Yeah. For sure.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, that's I understand that. I understand what that's like. But building this though, what does success look like for you? Give us that success and why this is so important for our community and for both of you.
So I think that the one reason it's important for our community is we've got a lot of really great people that are doing really great work in the recovery housing arena, and something that we just feel like we can improve just a little bit in the sense of these other houses are secular homes, and so there's no like moral code in the sense of like the moral code is like we want you to be sober, we want you to improve your life, we want you to work the steps, and that's working for a lot of people, but it's hard for those people that are managing those homes to really have a baseline value of like, how do I hold somebody accountable for not watching inappropriate stuff on TV that's going to feed their trauma or whatever the case may be. But if I have a home that's based in Christian values, it's very simple. Like I just take them to the Word of God. I just take them to what the Word of God says. And so we wanted to do something like that for those that want that, right? So I'm not out here to tell everybody that every home needs to be a Christian home like that. There are homes that are doing great work and people are getting sober and they're having great lives and they're seeing success and they're getting businesses and they're building businesses and they're doing amazing work. I just felt like that there were people in the community that wanted a deeper revelation of Jesus and that wanted a place to be able to kind of hash that out. And so there wasn't a place that provided a place for Jesus and the fact that I'm an addict alcoholic, that I have an addiction. And so we wanted a place where, yes, we believe like you believe. We believe in Jesus Christ as our Lord and Savior, but we also have walked through trauma and addiction. And we want to marry those two things together. And so success for us looks like everybody that wants a relationship with Jesus that has an addiction to find a place that they can belong. So we partner very closely with Mercy Gate Ministries. We have a non-residential program where men can come and participate in our program even if they don't live in the home. So they can come on Wednesday nights and every other Sunday night, and then they go through a 1-year 4-phase discipleship program that each phase is 12 weeks long, and each phase has a workbook. They have a mentor that they work with. They're going through prayer ministry, inner healing. So it's a bona fide program, and so success for us looks like this model getting duplicated. We'd love to see it in multiple communities across the U.S. We'd love to see it. Actually, we have people in Brazil that want to potentially open homes like this in Brazil because there's nothing like this down there. So, I mean, success for us is doing whatever God calls us to. Right. So wherever God puts in front of us, if we're able to do it and do it successfully and steward what He's given us well, then that's success to us.
So you got yourself back. Oh, go ahead, Baylor. Go ahead.
Well, so I was just thinking, one thing for me that has made a difference is today I'm surrounded by a community with agreed upon core principles and values, and that is huge. Right. So like, just quick side note, the band that I was previously in, we had 3 lead members, and we all had different core values, and so it felt like we were getting pulled in different directions at one time on one stage. And I think that this kind of helps to navigate that and kind of prevent some of that. Right.
And that's an important part of this as well. I mean, but working the two of you together though, how do you guys work together? What does that look like for the both of you? I mean, as far as you're the assistant manager, you're the manager, and you're back to the position too where you've recovered enough that you're back to nursing too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
How big of a job was that?
So that takes up 2 days of my week completely.
Yeah, right.
And I work
at one point you were like, I'm not going. I
didn't think I was going to go back.
Right.
Yeah, I didn't think I was going to go back. I kind of had just.
You're an RN.
I'm an RN. Yeah. I kind of had just given up. Like I kind of just was like, well, that was an opportunity that I lost.
Mm-hmm.
Just because of my choices. But as far as Baylor and I, I'm the executive director of the whole organization, so I have more than just the house that I manage.
Right.
And then he's the assistant manager of the house, but I currently live in the house and act as a bona fide house manager.
Yeah.
And so I've been slowly trying to back out of that role, and Baylor's been really, really stepping in. But a lot of it is I'm discipling him. I'm discipling him in this is what leadership in this capacity looks like. This is what's expected. These are the places where you're going to have to watch your relationships with the guys in the house and have boundaries, because everybody's going to want to be your friend, but you have to sometimes have tough love. And so the way that we work in a very unique way, Baylor, I want to give kudos to Baylor. I've never met another person that understands submission to authority and honor than Baylor.
All right.
I know that no matter what, if I ask Baylor to do something, even if he disagrees, even if it's something that he'll come to me later and he'll say, you know what, I don't agree with the way that we're doing this, but he's going to do it in the moment. And that's what that's what partnership needs to look like. And spiritual authority, when we come under spiritual authority, and this can be in any role, even in the secular world, when you're working under a manager, you need to have honor for the people that you work for, and know how to go to them and say, hey, I don't agree with what you're doing. I'm going to do it because you're my boss,
right?
But I don't agree with it. Let's talk this out. And so Baylor does that extremely well. And so we have a very unique relationship in the sense of we're brothers. He's going to be a groomsman in my wedding,
nice.
And so we're friends, but we're also teammates and comrades. So
the Baylor, we got about 90 seconds left. Why? What? Give me the pitch for Prodigal Road. Someone says, I want to help you guys, or I want to donate money, or I want to make sure that you guys are viable. What would you say to that person?
Well, if you want to partner with a team that is dedicated to helping men recover from trauma and addiction, I'd say we're a good fit for that.
Yeah. And how would you pitch that, Anthony?
So I would say, if you want to see families restored and kingdom men raised up to take their rightful place in the home and in the family, men that have been told that they'll never be able to take that place, then what we're doing, partner with what we're doing. And we don't necessarily need you to be a financial partner. We need volunteers, we need mentors, we need boots on the ground when we're doing our fundraising, when we're doing events in the community. We go out and do homeless outreach. We do community outreach all the time, once a quarter. And so that's what it looks like.
Now, if somebody said though to you, Anthony, just gonna throw us out here for a second. Now, if somebody said, okay, look, I'll give you $1 million, but here's the deal, Anthony, you got to be in the latest musical at the Callow Theater, would you do it?
If somebody said they had $1 million and I needed to be in the musical, I think I might do that.
What was your give me just real quick, what was your favorite, what's been your favorite musical to perform?
So we did For Such a Time as This. That was written by Rob Ward, Rob Ward and Lou King, two locals. That was amazing. But I think my all-time favorite was Joseph in the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat. I bet. Yeah. I played Joseph.
Yeah.
Lots of the kids around town were kids at that time, and now they're graduating from high school and seeing me at Culver's, and
right.
So I'm starting to feel a little old after that musical. But that was probably my favorite.
I just enjoyed you so much in Matilda, and that's where I first got. I think I first got to know you there, and then just through Salvation Army work, and then this as well. I'm really happy and proud of the work you've been doing. And Baylor, good to meet you as well.
Absolutely.
Thanks so much.
Thank you guys for being here.
We appreciate
it very much. All right, you guys have a good rest of your day. Coming up next, the Kerrville Citizens Police Academy Alumni Association, the KCP. KC Kerrville Citizens Police Academy, KCP AAA. I got it. All right, come on down, you guys. Thank you, sir. Oh, thank you very much. Oh my gosh.
Hey, Lewis.
Sergeant Lamb is here.
You flying solo today?
I am. No one wanted to sit with me for 4.5 or 5 hours a day. So you're welcome to come and do it as well. So
Lewis, you can't afford me.
I can't afford you. No, I saw what they had to pay you guys in overtime. So
you saw what?
I saw the overtime bills. By the way,
I can only imagine.
Who do we have with us today? Oh, we have Laura Davis.
Yeah.
From the what class were you in? I don't remember what class I was in, but did you take the class?
I did. I was in class 28.
28. I don't know what class I was in.
I graduated in November of 22.
Yeah.
I think. Don't you agree that it's one of the more? Did you enjoy it?
Oh, I loved it.
What was your favorite part of it?
Well, I went to take the class just because I was retired and bored and just wanted to get out of the house.
Yeah.
And I didn't imagine what our small town Kerrville Police Department was going to talk about 3 hours a night for 8 weeks.
And correct me, tell me if this is the same experience you had. Those 3 hours are like that.
Yes, and then I couldn't wait till the next week.
I know. I want to take it again, actually, when now they have the new facility. Because Jack is Sergeant Jonathan Lamb, by the way. I call him Jack, but everyone calls him Sergeant Jonathan Lamb. Has layered in new pieces of this as well. And it's one of 3 tremendous programs. There's the Police Citizens Academy. There's the Junior Academy. And then there's Safety Town, which got, unfortunately, canceled this year, which I know you guys look forward to doing. Safety Town's a fun one.
Yeah, man. Safety Town's a lot of fun. We have a great time with it. All of our programs, the Citizen Police Academy is for adults, obviously.
Right.
And we've had folks from, retirees. I've had people in their 90s attend. Yeah. And I had somebody who had just turned 18 years old go through, so all age groups.
That 18-year-old, by the way, is now a police officer, right?
So yeah, she is.
Yeah.
But I've had a couple who had just turned 18.
What happened to the data whiz that you guys had in that class? Did she come back? Remember the one I was with? You had 2 young women in the class. One was a data person from from Angelo State. Remember her? She was she was like working for you guys as a volunteer in some capacity. And then you had the one who's an officer now. I'm blanking on her first name off the top of my head. Tinley Sanchez, right. You had another girl too, though. She was like an Excel person, and she knew data. And you were having her. She was volunteering and doing work for you guys in some capacity. Maybe the chief had her doing something too. I don't.
Maybe I'm.
You're blanking. You're blanking.
I don't remember who specifically we're talking about. But the Junior Citizen Police Academy, that's for middle school age kids, and.
You put them through the ringer too.
We have a lot of fun with that, and
they love it.
We want to make it enjoyable for them as well. And Safety Town, which unfortunately we had to cancel this year for obvious reasons. That's our newest one.
Would you say that Safety Town was one of your favorite ones?
Man, they're all my favorite.
Yeah.
For
get over here.
Hey, Rose.
Get over here. Get over here. No, get over here.
They're all my favorite for different reasons. I really like Safety Town because those little kids are so fun, and they're, I don't know, it's hard to explain, but I mean the middle school age kids are amazing too. You see them over the course of 2 weeks come out of their shell a little bit.
I like it when the Safety Town thing, when the middle school thing happens, that they're so disciplined. Yeah. They take it very seriously.
Oh yeah, absolutely they do.
Some of those kids are ready more than ever. You know what? I don't think Rose Bradshaw's ever been on the show.
Hard to believe.
Why? What happened? You've never been on the show before, but now I got you. Did you ref Ingram Divine volleyball yesterday?
No, I did not. I was in Hondo.
You were in Hondo. Okay, yeah. All right. I was going to make fun of you.
No.
Okay, all right. But you've never been on the show before. You've literally are on 700 different nonprofits, and this is the first time you've ever been on the show.
I'm not.
You are. You're on the hospital board. That's a nonprofit. You're on this thing. That's a nonprofit. You're on. I mean, I can't even the chamber stuff. You're on. I mean, you're involved in everything. But we'll get to you in a second here, Sergeant Lamb. The what has happened with the KCP AAA is that it has become an adjunct part of the police department.
100%.
And it has developed volunteers like Luli Bliss and some others who played sort of, these volunteers played an instrumental role in helping with the flood, effort, I should say, flood recovery effort. How would you describe that?
Overwhelming. We knew early on, the morning of July 4th, that it was going to be a big event, obviously. And we set up initially the Emergency Operations Center was at the police department.
Right.
And probably the least glamorous job you could get. We needed somebody to open the door and let people in the back of the police department.
Right.
So I sent out a text message, and literally like 12 minutes later, Laura Davis is standing back there.
Okay.
And letting people in.
What time was that at? What time in the morning was that?
I don't remember how early. I'd have to go back.
About 7:15.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
When I heard from you.
Right. And so, what were you doing, Laura?
I was looking at my phone because I said, "How much rain did we get last night?" And my husband said, "Well, we got 2 inches." I said, "Well, it's flooded somewhere."
Yeah.
And we started looking at the picture, and he said, "Oh, that's the Wells Fargo building. That used to be the park." So,
Right. Yeah.
And then I heard from him, and
you were down there in your uniform and everything else like that.
Yeah. And then she worked until after lunch, and then Lily Bliss took over for her. And again, not an essential job for sure, but not an exciting job, not a glamorous job. We needed somebody to do that, and without question, they stepped up to fulfill that role, and that we didn't have to have a police officer down there.
Right.
Because people had to get in the building.
Right.
And they don't have a key card to get in. And that was the only way to let folks in. And that really encapsulates the level of service that the Alumni Association gives to this community. We have always counted on them, the police department. We've always counted on them to be our volunteer corps.
Right.
And they are always there for us. And
Right.
later on at the Emergency Operations Center, Rose was there, Laura was there. So many of the Alumni Association were there helping out with. Lieutenant Krebs was in charge of the logistics over there. And as you can imagine, that was, a monumental undertaking, just so much stuff coming in that were going out to volunteers and responders. And they were there sorting that out and making sure that people got what they needed.
Right.
And, again, just the Alumni Association, having them to be able to count on them for everything that we do. Literally every program as a community service officer that I do, in some way, shape, or form involves a volunteer effort from the Alumni Association.
And your classes are usually about 20 students or so. It's not maybe a little bit bigger. Hopefully bigger as we go into the new facility. But how many of them do you retain as volunteers, do you think?
Not nearly enough.
Yeah.
It's something that we've always tried to work on.
Yeah.
You get a handful who show some interest, and as you know, we've tried a variety of methods to get folks to stay in the Alumni Association after they graduate. And one of the things that we've done recently, which I think has been fairly successful, is giving every graduate a free membership for a year into the Alumni Association, hoping that through service they'll decide to stay.
Right.
It's one thing to get them; it's another thing to keep them.
Right.
And that's been successful. We've had a pretty good rate.
How big is the Alumni Association now? How many members?
About 80 something. Yeah.
And what is the membership fee? I always get asked this question.
$35.
Oh, I thought it was like $400.
No, it's nothing, man. It literally is nothing.
You need to be back in.
I know.
It's $35 a year, and I think the most rewarding thing I've seen it. The most rewarding thing for a member is the opportunity to serve.
Yeah.
And their motto is in support of the Kerrville Police Department, and that's really what they do. They don't just support the police department; they support the community, because community service is what I do. And they support my efforts through that.
I think the one thing I've always emphasized why I took the class was to better inform my reporting on public safety. And since I've been in the class, you've expanded it even further, and it's giving me some really good insights into process and procedures, and and then you also bring in usually a DA or assistant DA to come in and talk about that process, which I thought was fascinating too. Laura, what did you get out of the class? What was your takeaway from that class?
I would say that my biggest takeaway, because I thought we're just small town, and these are the most prepared guys.
Yeah, right.
I work the duty desk a couple afternoons a week, and every week there's somebody's gone for training.
Yeah.
And I think that surprised me more than anything. So I felt a sense of comfort in my community.
Right. So. That they were out there learning about how to do their job even better than that's a huge part of this as well. Rose, what class were you in? When did you take the class?
It was ancient.
A long time ago?
A long time ago.
One of the first classes?
I was over towards the first, back when Bill Cafferty and Jacques were involved in the academy. They've kind of wrangled me into it, and it's been there ever since.
What do you get out of being involved with this organization? Because you're involved in 700 or 800 things.
I'm not.
You are. No, you are. Stop lying. You are. Trust us. You're involved in a lot.
I love my community. Let's put it that way.
Well, yeah, but why serve? What's the service thing? What's the service motivation for you?
My service motivation has to do with children.
Okay.
Anything that I am involved in has to reflect a child some way, form, or fashion. And being involved with the police department and the Blue Santa and all the programs that they do for our little ones and our youth and our officers that are at schools, that just tells me that our community loves our kids and wants to see them be better people.
So you though thoroughly enjoy like Safety Town and the junior academy as well, because I know you're at those events. You're taking pictures. I have to push you out of the way because
I
you're
have
blocked.
to push you out of the way.
Oh, that's right. Okay. So make sure I have my facts right. But what do you love about those programs?
I love the fact that our community and our officers volunteer all their time to come out and show the kids exactly what it involves to be involved in the community and the jobs that they do. I love seeing their actions. At the beginning, it's kind of like, oh, Mom made me come. And then at the end, they're like elated on the fact that they've been able to wear the gear that the police officers have worn, maybe do a gun for speeding to check out who's speeding. Actually, they caught me one time. And then the fire department comes out with their stuff and SWAT team, and they are jam-packed with stuff. A lot of the stuff that we do at CPA classes, they do as well. They don't get to go shoot like we do, but they get close.
In fact, this program has been so successful that even the sheriff's office now has developed its own program too, which I thought was important as well because there are some fundamental differences between the departments. Sergeant Lamb, what do you see the future of this organization?
The Alumni Association?
Yeah.
Oh, I think that we're entering our 20th year. 2026 is going to be the 20th year of
That's great.
Both the Citizen Police Academy and the Alumni Association, and I think we're just getting started. I think our best days are ahead of us, and we've had so much support from the Alumni Association from day one and the great things that they've done, and we're just going to continue to build on that. She mentioned some names, Bill Cafferty, Jacques. What was Jacques' last name? Everyone
I can't remember.
Yeah, and just so many, like Jeff Smith, still a member of the Alumni Association, class number 1.
Okay.
Class number 1, and so many folks who have been active in the organization for a period of time, and then they stopped, and more people have taken their place, and some people are here for a little bit, and some people are here for a long haul, and we want to bring folks back into the Alumni Association. But our best days are ahead of us.
Right.
And what I see for the future is they're going to take a more active role that they're already doing. And, just in the last few years, they're not just an alumni association that hangs out and has meetings. They do things. They're active all the time. We have a person volunteering on the front desk. That saves the city a tremendous amount of money for
absolutely
volunteer in that position. We have the Citizens on Patrol, which is a big part of the Alumni Association. They perform two vital functions for the city, and that is River Trail Patrol.
Yep.
Or 9 miles of Guadalupe River Trail. They're a presence down there. They're eyes and ears. They're a rolling information booth, and they're ambassadors for the city.
Right.
And that's a very popular program. And the other side of Citizens on Patrol is the Handicap Parking Patrol. And these are folks who have gone through specialized training, and they can go out and enforce our handicap parking laws in all of the parking lots to make sure that folks who need those parking spaces, those spaces are available.
Right. You forgot one other one too. The drug buyback or drug take back thing.
Yeah,
That's a big one too.
No, I didn't forget that. If I start listing all of the things they
I know, but it's important though.
We do drug take back twice a year.
Yeah.
And when I say we, I mean them.
Yeah.
I mean the Alumni Association. Right. I'm standing there, but they manage that program. Blue Santa that Rose mentioned is one of the biggest programs that we do, and that impacts hundreds of Hill Country youth.
Right.
And every single year, and that was started in a police officer's garage.
And it's exploded, and everyone does it.
Yeah,
It's so important.
But it's got the Kerrville Police Department's name on it. But the reality is, that belongs to the Alumni Association.
Right.
They run that program, and it's a success because of them. Couldn't do it without them.
Right.
Couldn't do it without them.
Hey, have you been able to calculate or log the volunteer hours in the flood response?
It was. Do
you know?
You're going to have that number in about 30 seconds.
How many volunteer hours went into this relief effort?
Yeah, a lot.
Putting Rose on the spot here.
I'm looking.
She's going to pull up the spreadsheet. They truly were instrumental in every volunteer means a police officer doesn't have to do that function.
Right.
And again, sometimes it's not necessarily the most fun, exciting, glamorous chore.
Right.
But it's something that needs to be done, and these folks roll up their sleeves and they do it without complaint.
What was early in that morning, you're already at work. Did you just instinctively said, I'm going to get these guys going? Or did the chief say to you, or assistant chief, or?
I think Lieutenant Krebs was the one who said, hey, see if you can get an alumni person up here to do this. And again, the response was so fast.
So fast, right? That you got it ready to go there as well. What were some of the other tasks they did for you during this period as well?
Well, for me personally, none really.
Yeah.
They worked.
I mean, for you being the department,
sure.
I guess. Yeah.
They work for Lieutenant Krebs in logistics, and the back of the Hill Country Youth Event Center, and the big room back there, is where all of the logistic needs, all of the personal care supplies, from snacks to hygiene items to cleaning supplies to gloves and boots and socks and just all of those things. We had a incredibly generous donation of boots from Wolverine, Thorogood, and another company. And I mean, just literally, giant box after box after box, and they were just in a stack back there, just piled up.
Yeah.
And in less than an afternoon, I don't know how many hours, but not very long at all, Laura and who else?
Tony.
Laura and Tony Bradshaw took on that task and got them organized by
Tony Caldwell.
I'm sorry, Tony Caldwell. Got those organized by size, male and female, from the smallest size all the way up. So it was like a shoe store,
right?
Because a lot of the responders, they literally destroyed footwear down in the riverbed.
Right.
And we had guys who were just wearing out their boots. They get wet, they get dry, they get wet,
get dry,
and they were falling apart.
Right. And you guys
could walk in.
And you had guys in the water initially too. So that was that whole thing as well.
So they could walk in, and it was like a shoe store.
Was anybody doing laundry for you guys too?
As a matter of fact.
Yeah.
Washed with Love. Betty Trejo is a member of one of our alumni volunteers.
Right.
and she was instrumental in making that happen as well. They were, they had their fingerprints all over the flood response behind the scenes, and like I said, every responder relied on volunteer support, and we were just so grateful to have the Alumni Association there. I
think Laura's got the numbers here. What are you guys? You're figuring it out still, aren't you? It's incredible, the numbers, though, I'm sure. Because every time I was at the EOC for something, I would see Luli. Or you had people also working the front desk too, right? So,
our police lobby was open the whole time, and so we've got a part-time employee. But for years and years, we only relied on Alumni Association volunteers to man that front desk.
All right.
Which again replaced a full-time employee that saved the taxpayers the cost of a salary with benefits and all vacation and sick leave and all of those things, because it was manned by a volunteer and manned quite well. I want to add.
Right. What Laura, like, what is the money you guys collect from the association, the dues? What do you spend that money on? Is it just things for the police department, or can we? There's a foundation, right, for the police department, or is it part of the AAA here?
No, there's separate ones.
Separate ones, okay.
And we keep two different. We keep an account for just general stuff, for our needs, what we need as an association, and then the Blue Santa account.
Okay.
But as far as the general account, we do things like with we help buy the safety.
So the last thing so they bought a variety of things, over the years, everything from water bottles to thumb drives to I don't remember, gun rugs and a number of things, handcuff keys and things like that for every officer. But the last thing that they were partnered with the Kerrville Police Association is the I'm blanking on
LifeVac.
Yeah, LifeVac.
Oh, that's right.
Is,
yeah.
I wanted to say, but yeah, it's LifeVac. So LifeVac is a anti-choking device. It creates suction to evacuate food that someone might, or an object that might be lodged.
And not nearly as potentially, harmful as the Heimlich or something. Yeah,
exactly. And there's one in particular that I know of, a body cam police officer was there first and pulled out his LifeVac. There was a little one that was choking on something and slapped that on his face and just pumped it 3 times and instantly cleared that airway. And thanks to the Alumni Association in partnership with KPA, we were able to equip every single patrol officer with a LifeVac.
That's important, to be able to have that, that those tools in place, because, it seems like every time we have some kind of event like this, there's like, oh, we might need this now. We didn't plan for this. We might need this. There's so much to that as well. All right, we figure out how many. She's still adding it up.
No, we don't. We have a particular person who takes care of all our hours and everything, and so I know she sent it out to us in an email, but I don't have it.
I want to say that it was like 225 hours, but that was just for that.
That seems low to me.
Well, that was just for.
That just seems like Luli's numbers.
No, that was just 3 days at the EOC.
Right.
That was, and what little bit that we did on July 4th and stuff, but that was just those three days out at the EOC.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that was an incredible effort to there as well. And Laura, you're in the front desk, right?
I do work the front desk.
And what do you how many hours a week do you work on the front desk? 1 day a week?
I do it 3 afternoons a week.
3 afternoons. And this has been a busy time for you guys.
Yes, very much so.
Sergeant Lamb, one of the things I think is interesting too is that on that day, as the EOC is happening, you've got volunteers are coming because every officer is already on duty to begin with because of the 4th of July. but you have this massive event happening, and you also have everyday things happening now too. And could you imagine not doing this without these volunteers at this point?
No, not at all. And in the initial hours, I had so many of the alumni reach out to me, and I know they were blowing up Laura's phone and just saying, "How can we help? What can we do? How can we help?
Right.
What can we do?" And right in those initial hours, there was a couple of times we had to say, "Hey, right now we're still getting our feet underneath us. Give us a day or two, give us a day or three to figure out where that need is going to be. And believe me, when the time comes, we're going to put you to work." And when that time came, we put them to work, and they were there for us.
Right, exactly. When you move to the new building, are they going to move all the furniture for you, Rose?
No. No.
That'd be a great one, though, right? We can just move it all in one day. But you're getting rid of. You're not taking a lot of stuff with you.
No, we're not.
You're taking the evidence stuff and all that other stuff, but
that was one of the things that really made this deal so attractive, as I understand it, was the fact that it was going to be, from a build out, that, the desks were going to be there, the chairs were going to be there. We weren't going to have to drag things that, maybe had been duct taped together.
Yeah.
We've tried to be very good stewards with the city's money, the budget, the taxpayers' money, and make things last. And there's some equipment, there's some office furniture, there's some office supplies over there that literally have given their all for the city of Kerrville.
Right.
And they've earned a retirement, and I'm going to be happy to
If
say goodbye.
if anybody ever, by the way, if anybody ever thought that it was appropriate, that it was an appropriate building, I always say this: like when you go upstairs, when we do those meetings, right, the classes, you got to go upstairs, right? Not that big of a deal, but you got to go upstairs. But you got to walk through the gym and the bathroom, which there's an odor to that, and then there's a kitchen next to it. And so it's like not the most hospitable place to enjoy a meal, because you've got it smells like, BO and a shower area.
Well, some folks complain more than others, Lewis.
I know. I'm just saying.
Some people complain a lot, Lewis.
I know. But hey,
Lewis,
you know what?
Some people just like to complain.
And then the walls aren't really even, and it's like
look. I mean, I am grateful for the fact that we've had a police department. And it was a bus station before that, and it was not purpose built.
Yeah.
But we've made it work, and
you made it work for your entire career, 20 years there.
Yeah. 25 in February.
Yeah. Right. It's 25 years you've been in that entire building. Yeah. That's amazing.
Yeah. So and they've done they did a big overhaul in it in, I think, 2005, 2006.
Mm-hmm.
They had been in there maybe about 10 years, because 96, I think, is when the police department moved in. And they've done what they could with the building. And I'm not a political person, especially when I'm wearing this uniform.
Yeah, right.
I'm just not.
Right.
But we've been grateful for the fact that we've had a police department, and a lot of agencies, they use, for cities this size, they kind of get the leftovers, or maybe there's like a metal storage building that they, move into. So having that police department, been grateful for.
Yeah,
that.
absolutely.
But we're very, very excited about moving into a purpose-built public safety facility.
Even though your office is smaller.
I'm happy that I have an office.
That's right. Okay.
Again, some people are just grateful for what they've got, Lewis.
When is the next class going to be, though?
Well, we're not going to do one this fall.
Okay. Just too much going on.
Yeah, too much going on, and right in the middle of the time that we would be doing the Citizen Police Academy, we're moving into the new public safety facility. So we're looking at the spring.
Okay.
We're going to do a spring 2026 session, which I think will be our 33rd class, if I remember correctly. And it'll be our 20th anniversary, and we're super excited about it. We've got some special things in store.
All right, Laura, here's the deal for you. You got to pitch it. Somebody wants to do it. Convince them why should they do this?
Why not? You just need to come out and do it. You'll have fun.
I love it.
You will learn stuff. You'll get involved with your community, and it's just people just sitting twiddling their thumbs, not doing anything. Come find something to do.
Right. Rose, why? Why should we do this?
8 jam-packed lessons of what our community has to offer and what you can offer back to the community.
That's a pretty good one to put that out there. So I love it. All right. Thank you both for being here. I appreciate it very much. I'm glad that you're both here. All three of you are here. And again, the Alumni Association has done a lot of hard work. You kept Luli Bliss occupied. And I'm grateful for that. So we're going to take a break. Hill Country Crisis Council is going to close out our day. We'll be back with more here on The Lead Live.
Thank you, Louis.
Welcome back, everybody, to The Lead Live. We end today's episode, episode 1000, on a positive note. I'm grateful for the Hill Country Crisis Council. They are here. I want you each to introduce yourselves. We're going to start with Chandler. Introduce yourself. We're going to go around and what you do at the Crisis Council.
Sure. So I'm Chandler Collins. I am the Chief Development Officer for Hill Country Crisis Council. I've been here a little over a year and a half.
Okay. And then let's just go around the room here. All right. Next up.
Suzanne Tomerlin. I'm the community educator and the crisis response team coordinator.
And finally,
I'm Brent Ives, Chief Executive Officer, and my role is to basically stay out of the way for these folks, to be honest with you.
What is your wife's name?
Amy.
Now, I heard a story the other day. Can you confirm it tonight?
I don't know.
I had an idea for a new contest. It could be a fundraiser for a nonprofit. It would be who has the loudest whistling skills in Kerr County.
She will win.
I heard
she's very impressive.
I heard that if we put a decibel level next to, because okay, so I was at that concert on Sunday night.
Mm-hmm.
Stephen Harpold, 198th District Attorney, can whistle really loud too.
Okay.
And I was shocked by his behavior. And then I know Brenda Hughes can also whistle.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, she can do the thing with her mouth and blow it out, right?
Right.
But then I heard Amy Ives, I don't remember who told me this, is truly impressive. Is that true?
That is true. That's very true. I'd like to line her up with Stephen and Brenda and see exactly if we could have a whistle off at some point.
I think we can measure it with decibels.
That'd be
It
interesting.
would be an interesting contest.
I think we'd have to throw Barbara Collins in there too. She's got a pretty good one
Really?
too.
Is that
I
your-
mean,
is that your-
generations of
is that your
girls
mother?
playing sports. My mom, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
She can get your attention.
Yeah, there's always.
That comes in so handy as a parent.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah.
What a skill.
Yeah. Yeah. My dad always whistled, but never because he was a teacher, so he'd whistle at kids, but he never did the really loud thing. Yeah. I don't even know how to even do that. So, I can barely whistle, but I heard Amy Ives is number one in the.
She has done that in multiple spaces, restaurants, sporting events, things like that. Absolutely.
There's
it's always
that,
interesting.
And Chandler knows that too. Whenever you listen to sports, right? There's always that one person who's screaming really loud too. It's do they travel to the different games? You can hear somebody go, or whistling really loud too. But I think that'd be a good contest.
I agree.
We do a fundraiser as well. Maybe what we do is we do it can we hear that whistle? We started at the pavilion and we go down to the bottom of the bridge, so you have some traffic noise. Who can hear that whistle the loudest? That'd be the way to do it. Who's carries the furthest? So.
I'm going to put my money on my wife every day.
All right.
I like Stephen and Brenda as well,
Yeah.
But my money's going on Amy.
All right. Chandler Collins, you are now officially, apparently, TFND royalty. How do you feel about that?
It's pretty awesome.
You
honored
were
in that way.
Wait, so just so I know for a fact, you were on the 2005-06.
Yes, that was my senior season.
And so the way I heard it, you were not the top scorer.
Correct.
But you had a dominant games in the playoffs. Is that true?
Yes. I would say I probably averaged around 10 points a game, but I was really the defensive specialist of our team, if you want to give me a title. That's what
And you guys
my role was.
got to the finals and lost, right?
We did.
Yeah.
We lost by 4 to Waxahachie.
Waxahachie.
I still can't drive through that town without having a little
Doesn't it anger you?
Angst.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Who else was on that team?
Natalie Thomas, Bryla Renfro, Alex Underwood, my sister Adelaide Collins Moore, Nikki Kordzik, Kayla Norris, Caitlin Overby, Caroline Thomas, Devin Anderson. I want to say that's everyone.
Wow, that was impressive.
I forgot someone, I'm sorry. If I
What
forgot
recall?
someone, I'm sorry.
Well, because over at Ingram now,
Wow.
Ingram, we have TFND royalty playing for Ingram Tom Moore now, with the Zastro kid. Her mom played on your basketball team. I think she was a little bit later, maybe.
So.
And then Tate Damasco's wife. What's her first name? And then of course Misty Cody.
Misty Cody.
Yeah. So she played basketball too. But are they a little bit younger or older than you? I don't remember.
I would say probably younger.
Younger, yeah. Although they have high school age kids though, so I don't know.
Maybe.
All right. But you're
I don't know.
You're TFND royalty now. So how's
Apparently, feels great.
Is it?
I mean, small town. Small town. My name is known, I guess.
Do we get to know what class that was?
I was class of 06.
06.
So almost 20 years next year for you.
Correct. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Pretty exciting.
What a deal. Are you in a Hall of Fame anywhere, Suzanne? Are you in a Hall of Fame anywhere? Any Hall of Fames for you? In your head.
Yeah.
In your head. Brent, you got
Negative.
You got negative?
No.
All right.
No claim to fame.
No claim
other
to
than
fame.
my name I was in Sports Illustrated as a senior in high school, but not for the right reasons, and that's a story.
Really?
Oh, that piqued my interest. I think
Some
everyone.
research now.
I'm ready to hear that one. The Hill Country Crisis Council has been around for how many years?
Over 40. So this is our 41st year.
41st year. Was it always the Hill Country Crisis Council, or did it have another name, or what was the name of it?
Formerly it was Hill Country Cares.
Okay.
If I'm
The original name was
it
Hill Country
started-
Crisis Council,
Yeah.
and it was a family violence and sexual assault program. And then one of our other programs now, Kids Advocacy Place, was its own separate 501c3. They merged and became Hill Country Cares in about 2009. And then around 2016, we went back to the original name of Hill Country Crisis Council, because we had felt like we had confused people for many years after the merger with Hill Country Cares, and it just didn't work out. And then we became back to our starting point, which was Hill Country Crisis Council. Yeah.
And the need is what in our community?
The need for our services,
yeah,
it's high. It's high everywhere. It's not only our community, but
it's national.
These
right?
are all epidemics. Well,
Right.
I mean, you could go further than national, but yeah, child abuse, sexual crimes, and intimate partner violence, formerly known as domestic violence, is widespread. It's insidious. It doesn't know any boundaries, and the need is great.
How many people a year do you serve? Do you have just a ballpark estimate of that? What that looks like?
I do. I recently just put this information together. In the last couple of years, on average, we've served 1,100 individuals between our Family Violence Program, our Rape Crisis Center, and our Children's Advocacy Center. So 1,100.
That's just in a small community like ours. I mean, but how broad is the covered service area?
So we serve 5 counties.
Okay.
We our home base is in Kerrville and Kerr County, but we also serve 4 other surrounding counties in the Hill Country. Yeah.
Your big event every year, the casino night. There's always like people will. It's one of the more compelling events of the year because there's usually some kind of story that's told, about the importance of this deal. Jeff Harris will get up to and say, this is the one I feel very committed about. The support that you get from this community is what, in your estimation? Brent, why don't you go first?
The support that we get,
Yeah.
I think that the support that we get is strong. I also believe that it could be much stronger because of our lack of visibility or our lack of branding in the past. I think we've had this dilemma, this challenge of saying, hey, we're a family violence program and we operate a shelter for those who need to be safe and secure. We also operate a children's advocacy center, and we want to keep that some anonymity in that as well. So we've had this dilemma of, do we make ourselves known in the community, or do we focus on keeping our clients safe and those type of things? So there's been a bit of an identity crisis in that, I think, and we've moved forward with putting ourselves out there and putting more visibility and more community awareness and more branding to what we're doing, and telling the stories of those that we serve, and putting those out there as best we can. So I would say that those that know us and support us and that understand our mission and we're close to their heart, very strong. These violent experiences that people have impact a lot of people, and that's something that's not always spoken about, or it's not comfortable to speak about.
The important part of this, though, remains the idea that you guys serve, so many people who have gone through what unfortunately has become
used as well, a child or children, and a lot of times that is unknown. Sexual assault is a part of almost every domestic violence case there is.
Right.
How can there be consensual sex when you're getting beat up all the time?
Yeah, right.
But
that's called coercion, and that's
exactly
ugly. Yeah, right.
Exactly, and the crime of intimate partner violence often starts out so slow. It's like a slow drip. There's that adage about boiling. How do you boil a frog?
Yeah, right.
That's the way that starts out most of the time. So people don't recognize oftentimes that they're in a situation that's going to only get worse. It does not get better.
Right.
And it can go to the point of lethality. Chandler and I were having a talk about this yesterday, about how it's going to escalate. So I think part of the awareness is letting people know that, hey, these things that are happening to you, that is wrong. You are in a violent relationship.
Yeah, right.
And it is only going to get worse because people become accustomed to the way they're being treated. They don't realize it. It's
And there's a lot of times we see survivors where they're blaming themselves for saying, I put myself in this situation,
right,
or I
right.
asked for it because I was arguing, or I was complaining, or this or that. And so they have also spun this narrative that, well, I either deserve it or I've put myself here.
Right.
Yeah, I think perpetrators rely on secrecy, shame, silence. That's how it continues to breed. And so it is not a coincidence that that's how it's shrouded, if you will.
Yeah. The survivors, they'll start taking blame for everything. They'll blame themselves for Chernobyl. I mean, by the end of this, everything to them is their fault, and that's by design.
Right. The one thing that I haven't had a chance to ask you guys about, have you had an opportunity to see the series Adolescence yet?
I have not.
I have not.
I've not heard of it.
Oh my! Well, I recommend it. It is a 4-part series on Netflix, and it deals with a 13-year-old boy who has murdered a classmate. It's all shot in one take. So the first hour is the arrest of the little boy. The second hour is the police going to the middle school, where the boys are absolutely horrific as far as their behavior towards girls is part of this. It also deals with a social phenomenon about how boys feel they're being treated by girls, and they act out violently. This is connected to some social media influencers that are out there that are part of this. The third hour, which is possibly the finest hour of TV you'll ever see, is one take, one shot of the counselor and the boy going through why this was done. And then the fourth hour is the impact on the family of the parents of this. And it is 4 hours long. It's gut-wrenching, but it's absolutely, I think, one of the best things I've ever seen on TV, and hard to watch at times, but compelling. Yeah. So if you had a little time, next time we come on, we'll have to discuss it. I feel like it's been a while since we talked about it. I feel like we should have a community conversation about this. It's British, but there's a lot of things you guys probably deal with on a regular basis would make up this show. Because I watched the second hour, which was the middle school part, and I was watching it like at 11 o'clock at night. And I almost was like ready to call Minnie Curran and Bobby Templeton. Wait, are middle school kids really this horrible?
Yeah.
Is this really what's happening with these middle school? Because I know they can be terrible, but the implied sexual violence, and then one of the friends of the little girl who pushes back against the narrative that this little girl was being bullied or was bullying this boy. She's like, but she didn't deserve to die.
Sure.
So these are important things to kind of think about.
Well, and I think you bring up a good point too, and that just looking at kind of the timeline of the actions taken, it's very similar to the timeline of things that we see as well when we are dealing or have someone that's made an outcry. It kind of takes that same trajectory of, getting an interview with the victim, whether that's a child victim or adult victim, then having law enforcement involved, and then any community partners, but then the impact that it has on their family, and being able to provide services to non-offending caregivers as well as the child or siblings of that child or anyone within that household, and then being able to provide safe shelter for them. So really kind of that timeline of what you were saying of even that show is very similar to kind of the trajectory that our staff takes and that we do from beginning to end, and being able to provide those essential resources and services to these survivors in our community. So it's interesting to be able to see the comparison between the realism between the two.
The realism of that show, which was done by an actor named Stephen Graham, who's very familiar in British stuff. You might recognize him, character actor, but he directed and produced it, and it's just so powerful. And I'd be curious to have. That's another conversation as well. One of the things, just going to segue back to where we were at with the flood, and this has been kind of the underlying story. One of the things I noticed, because I have the 911 calls now, is that on July 4th, the world didn't stop.
Right.
Because of the flood.
Mm-hmm.
The police were there was I think maybe one or two domestic violence calls. I don't know if they're related to the flood or not, but they were out there. Mm-hmm. So we're dealing with that on top of everything else we had to deal with. We had to deal with numerous calls for service.
Mm-hmm. And one thing I want people to, that are listening, I don't want them to walk away and think there were 1,100 victims in this 5-county area in 1 year. That is a fraction of the people actually being abused. The reporting instance for all of those crimes is extremely low, and that we could do a whole show on why those reporting numbers are so low. Mm-hmm. But no one needs to believe that there were 1,100 victims in 5 counties in a 12-month period.
Right. But there were still things that were happening in this period.
Exactly.
Does the flood? Do we expect the pressures of this to act out in some ways, or people who've lost jobs or lost their houses? I mean, it's a frustrating period of time for a lot of people, or it might expose things that haven't been there before. I mean, how do we manage? How do you manage this event?
I think what we did first and foremost was that we reached out to all the victims, survivors, clients that we have throughout all our programs, and just touch base with them and see if there were things we make an assessment on how they were doing. Basic needs, mental health needs, those type of things. How can we be supportive to them? And we have seen mental health response or mental health needs increase, not significantly, at least with those that we serve, but there were those that maybe had discontinued services with us and decided that during this stressful time that it was a good idea to reconnect with us and mental health wise, or things like that. I don't know to the basic needs of what our clients were feeling. I know that you guys made some actual direct calls to clients, and so I don't know what.
A lot of the calls that I made were just gratitude of our intentionality and reaching out to them, making sure that they had all of the services that they needed, or if they did need something, being able to connect them with essential services. But I mean, I think in this instance, it's similar with any stressful experience, whether that's a loss of employment or stressful transition or divorce, that there can always be that increase in violence. There can always be that increase in stress and anxiety and things that could cause additional, abuse within a household. But I don't know if we've necessarily experienced that yet. I think we have positioned ourselves of knowing, I think within our communities that have been greatly impacted, that we may not see the increase in mental health services yet, but we feel like and know that it is coming, because I think everyone is still very much in, we need to get things done, survival mode, move forward, clean out, things like that. And then once they can kind of sit down, take a deep breath, is when maybe the impact of all of it may really, really hit, to where we've been partnering with the local MHDD and, being able to be a support on the mental health side of things when, that need is there.
Yeah. MHDD was on the show a couple times, and last week, I think it was, they told me that they had, maybe it's 2 weeks, I don't even know what day it is. They made contact with 12,000 people.
They were impressive. I saw those numbers also. They were impressive in what they did.
And that effort was absolutely incredible that they were able to put that together.
As far as the stress, sorry, I was just thinking about that, what you said about stress provoking more violence. And yes, it can, but that's from violent people.
Yeah. Let's hope that it doesn't.
A man that loses his job, that's not an abuser, doesn't go home and beat up his wife. Right. It's the abusers that are provoked. A man that gets drunk, that's not an abuser, is not going to beat up his wife.
Right.
It's the abusers that are going to do that. So these things can exacerbate those crimes for certain, but it's by people that are abusers.
I mean, that's the hard part about this, is that I look at people sometimes and I think to myself, interesting. I mean, it's kind of hard not to look at that and like, what's going on there? What's the backstory there? Because it's so pervasive, and I think we're all vulnerable to it in some ways, of being in a relationship either that's bad or you take it out on people because it's convenient, I mean, there is that cycle of abuse that's out there that is so pervasive in our community, our society, in general. It's hard to get around. Yeah. As a nonprofit, though, what are the needs? What is the fundraising? Chandler, I guess, is the development director, so that's on you.
Yeah. So you kind of touched on it before. We do have our major fundraising event called Casino Night, a night in Monte Carlo. This year, we typically have done it in the fall. We moved it even before the flood and everything. We positioned it so it's going to be April 25th, 2026.
Okay.
All of that information and ways you can sponsor that event and be involved in that event are going to be going out soon. We'll be at the Youth Event Center. It's always a fun night, and like you mentioned, we have testimonials from survivors typically, or stories about our services and how we kind of handle providing.
I realized earlier that I might be getting all the organizations like K-Star confused with you guys, but I think I know that there is that element of the testimonial piece as well.
Yeah. And then we have a fun game night of being able to go and have the kind of casino feel of all the casino games, and so that's a lot of fun. But other ways that people can help us out is we have seen in response to the flood is we've had an outpour of in-kind donations as far as diapers and wipes and clothes and bottled water and food and things like that.
There's bottled water dumps all over the town, by the way.
Which has been phenomenal for us. However, there are always essential needs that come up. And so if you're really wanting to either make a financial contribution, obviously you can always make a donation on our website. Or if you want to make an in-kind donation, we are limited in our storage. So doing gift cards or for HEB or Walmart, places like that are really helpful for when we have families that need specific things. That's really helpful for us. And then we're always open and always wanting more people to be engaged and involved with us on a volunteer level and capacity. So if someone is really wanting to come in and volunteer with us, they can touch base and get a hold and reach out to Suzanne, and she'd be able to talk them through what opportunities we have available for them.
It seems like the volunteer thing that's been our underlying element of this whole week, is that everyone needs volunteers. We had volunteers show up, and now they're all gone. But hey, we still need volunteers.
Absolutely.
And that's the big part.
And one thing about us, as far as having volunteers, is a lot of times we are open to a volunteer having an idea. If they see a need that we haven't thought of and they're coming on with our organization, I want them to feel open to tell us, hey, I would like to volunteer in this capacity. And also, we are very flexible with times. If you are usually there on a Tuesday from 8 to noon and you have a doctor's appointment the next Tuesday, no worries. Come in when you can. We'll take as little of your time or as much of your time and be very grateful.
What would volunteering look like for somebody? What would that look like?
It depends on what location they volunteer. If they volunteer for our children's advocacy place, there's some clerical work that can be done, some data entry. They assist with multidisciplinary team meetings. Those are meetings between law enforcement, prosecutors, medical professionals, mental health professionals. They observe forensic interviews a lot of times, and everything from that to organizing closets to, but like I said, we're real open. Volunteers, we don't put them in a corner and have them shred paper for 5 hours.
Right.
At the shelter, it looks a little different. We need right now we need volunteers to organize donations. So if anyone is out there that likes to organize, which I think there's a lot of people that actually get into that, we have a lot that can be organized, and someone could come in and set up their own system for how they wanted things organized.
Yeah, absolutely.
But we have a need for that. Also, there's data entry there. There's helping with group support sessions. There's working with survivors on their goals, possibly filling out applications for protective orders, tutoring them to take their GED. And we have people in there that have their PhD. Not everyone in there needs their GED. But just whatever their needs are, assisting them with legal advocacy.
Right.
Or if there's like a group of individuals, like a church group or you know, a men's group or something that wants to come in and just do one big project for one afternoon or one morning. You know, there are always things as a nonprofit, you know, there are always
older
things
facilities
with
also,
older
where there's
facilities
maintenance and somebody need to come fix the dishwasher, those type of things.
Exactly. So even if there's group opportunities for volunteering as well, even if it's, hey, we would love to volunteer and help at your fundraising event, help check people in for registration or things like that. We are always open to having groups come and help, or individuals just come our way. Reach out to us. We'd love to have anyone and everyone.
And the last big thing is that you've moved to headquarters, right?
So we have our administrative office is now located at 17 Sidney Baker Street. It was previously over on Washington Street. We have a plan to demolish that old administrative building over on Washington. So yes, we are now visible on Sidney Baker.
Yeah, does that help? Does it change things a little bit for you? Because I think about you guys more often now because I do on Sidney Baker there.
We want to hear
That's good
that.
to hear.
Yeah, it is good to hear.
Sure.
And that's what we've heard. I mean, within the first week of having that sign out, I had people call me or text me, or when I would see them say, hey, y'all have a new office.
Yeah.
I didn't realize it would make that big of a difference, but it is.
It is. I think it's to Brent's point. It's that kind of, we're positioning ourselves for having more visibility in the community than maybe we had in the past.
Yeah.
Because so that more people know who we are.
I think you're a core organization, you know, and you were kind of hidden there before.
Yes.
You know?
Well, because these crimes are hidden. These crimes are hush-hush. There's so much anonymity, of course, that's necessary with our clients that then it can, in fact, hide the organization itself and the great work that we do.
Yeah. Suzanne, what's the one thing you want the people to know about this organization that matters to you?
The one thing. That's a trick question.
It's a trick question, but it's so layered.
It's so layered. And the one thing I'd like people to know about our organization is that we take our philosophy against violent crimes very seriously, that it diminishes the life of every person that it touches. We feel that deeply. Financially, we take it all donations very seriously. We're very good stewards of grant monies, donation money. Brent runs the place with the most amount of integrity that I've ever seen in one person run an organization.
Even when he wears that shirt, he has integrity.
Oh, yeah, no, yeah. Even though his wife can really hurt some eardrums, he has some integrity.
Yeah, right. Chandler, what do you want people to know?
I want people to know that we are available, we're accessible for any survivor in the community or anyone that wants to be involved and engaged with helping the survivors in our community find some healing from the situations that they've been in, whether that's a child or an adult or a family unit. We're here. We're here for our communities that we serve, and we're available.
All right. And then finally, Brent, what do you want people to know?
I think I would speak directly to that individual or those individuals that are experiencing right now an assaultive relationship or an abusive relationship in some form, whether it be emotional, physical, sexual, and they understand that that we understand that there's a lot of courage to be able to make decisions and to live every day in that relationship, and there is a way out of that relationship with support, whether it be from those people that care about you that you may have been alienated from, or your abuser may be pushing off, or there's secrecy in the guilt that you may feel, I would say that we believe that you have the courage to make decisions to connect with those that can be supportive of you, and hopefully we will be a part of that equation, because I think we have very skilled folks in that space.
All right. Great job, as always. Thank you, all of you, for being here. Thank you for making this a memorable 1000th episode as we wrap up day 3 of the nonprofit week. Man, it was one great conversation after another today. Hard to even fathom we'll have another big day tomorrow, but we will. The Kerr County Women's Chamber of Commerce will start our morning off tomorrow, along with the Kerrville Folk Festival, the Kerrville Christmas Lighting Corporation, which I think we need those Christmas lights more than ever. The Heart of the Hills Heritage Center, the Dementia Care Advocates, Hill Country Defense Alliance, Habitat for Humanity, and the Hill Country MHDD will all be here tomorrow. And I think I'm going to open the show up at noon for people who did not sign up. Or who did not register their times. You know, and some of you know who you are, so we'll get that done as well. All right, thanks everybody for joining us. Thank you guys. We'll have a great day. We'll see you again tomorrow.
Awesome.